Good morning, good day and good evening guys. How are you doing on this very fine Wednesday? Holy shit, 1 day left until the demo release. I have been working my fucking ass off. However, it's been a crazy day this last 24 hours or so. A lot has happened. Some of you might already be aware of it. But yeah, we have some pretty fucking big news, eh? But first and foremost, the first one in today, none other than Nymph. Good to have ya. Teabag, Beer Can, second place, and Wakacha, number 3. Hope you're doing well. We also have Pirogi as well as Hadouken in here. Nice to have you guys. So yeah, okay, let's go through this first. For anyone who doesn't know, I did share this the other day, but I quite recently, I had a TikTok pop off a little bit. This one ended up getting about 85,000 views or something. We have like 15,000 likes. Talking about localization to European Portuguese. And none other than Want himself ended up commenting on this. I think a few people actually tagged him. But for anyone who doesn't know, this is basically one of the biggest content creators from Portugal. And he said he will play it on stream when the game comes out. So, that actually happened yesterday. Randomly, I was actually watching his stream randomly yesterday, and all of a sudden he brings up my game on stream. So in like a fucking second or so, I managed to make sure that he got his hands on a key, and man actually ended up playing the game. And look at this shit. How fucking badass is not this? Yesterday, my game, Shroud of Gloom, ended up hitting almost 2,000 viewers on the category on Twitch. We were above Repo and shit. Look at this. I'm next to fucking Dark Souls, my favorite game ever. How fucking cool is not that? That's fucking sick, man. I don't know. In all honesty, I was freaking out a little bit. Like, partly just having this many eyes on the game, but also just the fact that it was Want playing it, whom is someone I am like truly a big fan of. Like, when when I've been wanting to practice my Portuguese and stuff, I've actually consumed quite a lot of his content for like listening practice and stuff. So I've watched him a fair amount. I think he's a really entertaining content creator. So seeing him play my game was truly a big honor. I felt very honored. So yeah, that is fucking sick. Other than that, I actually didn't do too much work on the game itself yesterday. I basically spent almost the entire day reaching out to content creators. Probably not as much as I would have hoped for, but I think I have gotten in contact with about 50 or so. I think it's fairly close to 50 content creators in total. But you know what? Even if none of them end up playing the game, just the fact that one did it is a fucking win in my book. We've basically had the biggest peak in wishlists since the release of the Steam page itself. Because obviously the day when the page went live, we got a fair bit of wishlists, and this is by far the biggest peak since then. Like in the last like 2-3 days or something, with the TikTok combined with one showing off the game yesterday, we have gotten like 100 wishlists or something, which is, is not too shabby. And it hasn't even fully updated yet, so it's possible that we're gonna get even more. Very nice, a very good timing as well for the demo release. I'm starting to feel quite excited. Overall, I actually feel pretty good about where the game is at. From a few playtesting videos, as well as Want playing the game yesterday, there definitely are a few things that I think we could improve on to make sure that the demo is as good as possible, as smooth as possible. So I think that's what we're gonna do today, because otherwise there isn't that much we like truly need to do, but I think finalizing the final build here would be good. With just some small tweaks and stuff. And then tomorrow, even though it's Thursday, you know, it is the day of the release, so I'll probably do a little stream tomorrow as well. And that will probably end up being a little bit more just a celebration / marketing stream, let's be honest. GG, nice, congrats, thank you very much guys. Yeah, it was... it was pretty huge, not gonna lie. I was sitting here like shaking. I was quite shocked by the whole thing. And overall, like, it seemed like his community actually had a quite good impression of the game as well. There were multiple people saying that it seemed like one of the better point-and-click games they've seen and stuff, so that meant quite a lot. And obviously, like, Want did seem to enjoy the game as well. He did say some very nice things about it, and yeah, it was a quite, you know, touching moment. David, welcome in, man. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, pretty insane. It's also just insane to think about the fact that, like, you know, I've often been a little bit like... I've been stressing a little bit every now and then about the whole thing about mixing my content, as in, like, obviously, as some of you know, I only semi-recently started doing game dev. Before then, I was doing a bunch of, like, language content on YouTube and stuff. And especially on YouTube, I have always felt very aware of the fact that I'm, like, introducing a new niche with game development, which... generally speaking, is not the greatest decision on a platform such as YouTube. Like, in general, it seems like the platform kind of prefers when you pick a niche and then just stick to it, if you know what I mean. And, you know, obviously my old subscribers might not be as interested in the game development stuff and vice versa. But this was like a kind of a special moment, because it was like these two worlds kind of combining in some regard, you know what I mean? Because obviously, if I wouldn't have studied European Portuguese, I don't think this would have ever happened, right? Because the fact that I have a connection to the language is like the main reason as to why I wanted to make sure that my game had support for it. And, you know, the reason why this game even came on one's radar, you know, was basically because of that European Portuguese localization. So that was, I don't know, it was a cool moment. I was a little bit starstruck, I was a little bit shocked, overall freaking out a little bit, but, you know, it was fucking cool, man. Seeing him play my game was, yeah, probably one of my biggest achievements so far. And just seeing this, like, browsing Twitch and seeing my game like up among these like massive titles and stuff is pretty fucking insane. Look at this, like I'm ahead of fucking chess, Resident Evil and Soma, Repo. Like I'm next to Little Nightmares and like Dark Souls and stuff. How fucking cool is that? Yeah, sick, absolutely sick. One day release hype, indeed, we are getting very close. So yeah, tomorrow in about, you know, a bit more than 24 hours, the public demo will officially release. So at that point, the number one thing I will ask of you guys is obviously, please go and play the demo and make sure to review it. Those reviews are going to matter a lot. 3-day streak, look at that. Thank you very much, David. I appreciate ya. Yeah, main thing is going to be get the demo out there in time, make sure it's as good as possible, and then, you know, if anyone wants to support the game here, main thing will be make sure to play it and make sure to leave a review. That is, we basically need to hit 10 reviews as soon as possible. So I am going to be very appreciative of anyone who takes the time to actually review the game. Okay, with that being said though, we don't have a lot of time left, so should we get to work? Because like I said, there are indeed a few things I would like to look over. Oh yeah, we also, before we do that, we do have a new short on YouTube. This is, I think, one of my better shorts so far. I tried to actually put a little bit of effort into it. So make sure to go and check that out if you're interested. Appreciate any support. What game you making? What is up, Wolfit? How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Hello.
Vinny coming in as well. And Dragon Spirit Games with the raid. Welcome in, man. How was your stream? What have you been up to? Anything you want to show? Anything you want to share? Let me know. Big shout out to Dragon Spirit, yet another game developer on Twitch. Go and check him out if you haven't. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which we are releasing the demo for tomorrow. That feels a bit insane to say, but that is the way it is. What have you been up to, Dragon? Okay, so let's do a quick look here at what we need to do. Main shit list, we are doing pretty good. I reached out to a shit ton of content creators yesterday. I haven't gotten... I've had a few ones on to do it. I've obviously had one play it. We did have one playing it yesterday, which I am still like... I don't know, I feel like I'm still coming down from that whole thing. It was... yeah, I don't know, it took me so fucking off guard. Let's see, I've gotten a response back. I know at least like 2-3 other ones that are going to play the game, so that's exciting. Hey, I've been working on fixing a problem created by Poseidon himself. He destroyed my water shader for his level, but I fixed it. Nice, man. Any links or anything you want to share, feel free to do so, man. Okay. Prepare social media announcements. We are going to do that tomorrow. Update the final demo. I'm hoping to do this today. It would feel good if we could get to a state where maybe we don't actually have to update the demo tomorrow. Like maybe I can do the final build today and, you know, be able to rest a little bit. Not having to stress until the final moment. That's probably gonna happen anyway, but, you know, we can always try. Then we're gonna release the demo tomorrow. And after the release, I need to double check the prominent demo button thing. Because this is a good shout for anyone who's making a demo for Steam. There is a setting where your demo, the play button on your main page, might appear as a small blue button over here, which makes it way less noticeable. Like, what you want to do is to make sure... wait, that's the wrong one. Is to make sure to enable this, I think they call it the prominent button, so that on your main page, you will actually get this one. The big old green download demo button. So as soon as the demo goes up, that is something I'm gonna double check, make sure that's there. I'm gonna switch out the trailers on Steam, change the YouTube trailers title, post all the announcements. Switch trailer in OBS, that's not a priority, but it's gonna be nice to have it done. Overall here, I'm feeling pretty good. Created him a new scene for the game. Let me create a screenshot of his new scene that I can share. Yeah, do it, man. Strom, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to see ya. So, for the game, there's a few things. There's two main things I feel like I need to potentially look over. Which is, the first one is to make the attic hatch a bit more noticeable. Because I'm noticing a couple of playtesters, as well as kind of one yesterday as well, kind of struggling a little bit at first to find the attic hatch, mostly because they never noticed it in the first place, which means that when they find the key to it, they don't know where the key leads, you know? And like the main reason why I try to call keys very specific things, as in like, you know, attic hatch or attic key, basement key and so on, is so that the player should know where to go once they find the key. So the issue is that they basically miss this one. And I think there's a fairly good reason for it. Even if you do turn on the lights and stuff, it's like here it's very easy to miss it, right? Most of the time you can scan the room in the center, I imagine, and you can just see a little bit of it there. If you turn on the light, it certainly is more noticeable, but I feel like people are still very focused down here. So rather than making this one like bigger, bolder or something, I feel like the best thing to do would be to just add something up in this corner, whatever that might be, that brings your attention to it. Because I think as soon as they have spotted this one, I think it's all good. Like, I don't actually think I need to properly change this one, I just need to bring their attention here. The issue now is that it's completely empty here, which means that they never get a reason to like look up. Maybe add a pull cord to it? Yeah. Yeah, I only knew the attic was a thing when I found the key and started looking for it. Yeah, and I think that's a problem. Preferably I want people to have seen this one first. And the thing is that I know at that point that you must have been in this room, which means that once again, it seems like it's fairly likely that people miss this hatch, which I think is natural, right? Because a lot of the time, like, no other room really has anything in the ceiling, so I think after a while you kind of just stop looking up to the ceiling, which means that when you get here, it's easy to miss it. A string hanging down from it, yeah, I think that should be good. Okay, let me check this Dragon Spirit. I still need to work on the tile set for his level, but that is something I always struggle with. Okay. Ooh. Oh damn, I like it. I like the like dithering, right? Good shit, man. Okay, I'll check that one out, Strom. If the attention never goes there, you will never see it. Yeah, exactly. Can you make the border of it visible without a flashlight? I could. The main issue there is that I don't know if it makes sense. Because I feel like that would end up being weird. Because that means that if I do this, it's still gonna be visible. Like, it would basically be like the flashlight. Or like the map, which I have made semi-lit, right? Like, it still reacts to light, but even without it, you can still, like, faintly see it. And if the entire room is pitch black, and then you only see the outline of this, I feel like... I don't know, I feel like that might be too much, do you know what I mean? Something like this we certainly could do. The only thing that's a little bit weird here, you could argue, is that this is a string to open the hatch, right? And this is a locked one. I guess you could say that maybe there's a lock on it and then you pull the string or something. Maybe. Because I think that's kind of where I'm leaning towards. Just having either put some object on the wall here. Could even do just like a few paintings or something. A few round paintings. Just to bring the attention over here, or do like the string hanging down. Like, as long as it's something that basically, like, I don't need to bring the attention specifically to the hatch. Like, if I just get them to get the cursor up here, it is fairly guaranteed that they're gonna notice the hatch. Made a reflection in Unity using my shader, which was something that wasn't working. The reason for it was laughable, but oh well, details can take hours to fix. Yeah, it can be the smallest things, eh? Was a light lit in the attic, it could make sense. Some light would shine through it. Yeah. But who leaves the light on in the attic? Yeah. No, but that's a fairly good point. Like the painting idea too. Made it something they want to pan up to. Yeah. This is how it ended up in Unity once the shader was working. Oh yeah, look at that. Good stuff, man. Isn't that attic hatch an American thing? I don't think so. We have them in Sweden at least. Yeah, I grew up with one. Yeah, I think it's fairly common in Sweden. Sometimes you will see like houses having attic hatches on the outside as well. Like it would basically be on like the wall of the attic or whatever from the outside, and you have to put like a ladder up. But it is fairly common to see. I would maybe even go as far as to say it's more common. No, I don't know. It's probably a bit 50-50 in Sweden. Switching the table with the wardrobe, with the cabinets. I don't think that's a great idea. Like, just immediately, it seems good. The issue, I think, is when you open this. I feel like that could end up looking a little bit weird when it will always be like... It's gonna seem like you would have to climb the cabinet to get up here, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, I think it's a good idea. I think the pull cord is the best solution. Yeah, we might try that. Never seen one in Finland or England. How do you... What do you have then? Do you have the ones on the outside? Is that what you've seen? Maybe you've just never looked up Wakacha. Maybe if you... I'm joking. My dad forced me to crawl up it to get my lördagsgodis. It was terrifying, but I still did it. Harsh Swedish upgrowing, damn. That is a fairly Swedish thing, isn't it? Lördagsgodis. Saturday candy. Like, Saturdays are the only day where you're allowed to eat candy. Very, very common concept in Sweden. I don't know if it's as common today. I think it's probably still common. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more common, you know, a bit more back in the days. Do they have attic hatches in the ceiling in England? Yes, they do. In most houses in England, access to the attic, often called the loft, is through a hatch in the ceiling, usually located in a hallway or landing. It's typically a rectangular or square panel that can be pushed up or pulled down. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, standard feature. I think it should be. Paint idea would work too, I think. I mean, there are other paintings you can interact with before this room, isn't it? Then the player will try interacting and they might find the attic. Yeah, I think the thing is that they don't even need to try interacting. Like, as long as I can just get them to move the cursor up like here, that should be enough for them to notice this one, right? Because now the issue is that people look at the cabinet, they look at this guy, they maybe look at the, you know, light switch and the table and the door, and then they're done. There's no reason for them to bring the cursor this high up. So I think potentially either doing like maybe a few circular paintings that feels kind of old school, just to get it up here, or do like the string thing. I don't know how much sense the string thing makes if this is locked. I'm slightly unsure, but I don't know if it's the end of the world either. Like, I certainly think this would work as to like bring their attention here. Water driplets dripping from the hatch. Yeah, that's a good point as well. This would definitely work. Because now, if you just stare in the room in the center, you would be like, oh, what's this? And then you realize it's part of this one. Obviously, we would make it a child object, so that one shakes a bit too. Because I think it's either that... or we do like a... I don't know, like, you know, just a couple of paintings here. If you had something they can interact with, they will try it, yeah. You're making sure they will look into that corner. You should be able to open the hatch with the string, yes. The only weird thing is then, should you be able to... Just, we gotta keep in mind that you have to unlock it. Like, using the key on the string probably feels a bit weird. Because I think just having a few paintings here would also be like enough for them to just want to look up here. And as long as they do that, they should see this one. Obviously they wouldn't look like this, but... The one thing you could argue is that maybe it feels a bit weird having one painting here and then more paintings here. Is there like too much paintings in one room, potentially? Water stain on the wall coming from above, yeah. I don't really like the paintings idea. How so? Maybe a notch in the wall by the lid slamming into the wall, yeah. Could try something like that as well. Okay, so these are... That would be if we do paintings. The thing is that this would have to be... This would be too bright, and I feel people are not gonna understand it, so you kind of have to make this darker, but then the issue once again becomes, are they gonna notice it? Because I assume that would just be something like this. I feel, from straight off the bat, I feel like paintings or... This could probably be a little bit high though. But I feel like paintings or the string would probably bring the attention here more so. I've got string out of all the options so far. I don't like super mind the string. The only thing that I feel like is a bit weird with the string is that I don't fully... Like, just from a logical perspective, how does this work? Because if it's a locked attic hatch, I would imagine that, like, unlocking the thing is what actually opens the hatch. Because otherwise, I suppose this means that you would... What, you would use the key to unlock it, and then use the string to open it. Which does work, but then I suppose that you shouldn't... It would feel weird to use the key on the string, but we would have to make sure that the string can open the hatch as well. But it would feel weird to unlock it by using a key on the string, right? Maybe a chord is what you would call this. This is quite common in Sweden, where you instead have like the little stick you would use. The thing is that I suppose that, like, what you could argue is kind of the weird thing here, is that most of the time these just aren't locked, right? Like, it's rare that you would have an actual key for it. Unless it's on the outside. If it's the kind of attic hatch you have on the outside of the house, I feel like a lot of people might put like a padlock or something there. But when it's indoors, like... I guess the only thing you could argue is that maybe if this was something to keep the kids out or whatever, make sure they don't go up and hurt themselves. Yeah, because this is like the outside thing. Like here, it's I feel like it's fairly common to have a little padlock or something. But indoors, you don't really do it, do you? Not that I think that's like, you know, once again, this is a fucking game. No one is gonna be like, game is unplayable because you had to use a key for the attic. If a string, then it should also move if you touch it, really, shouldn't it? Yeah. Yes, it should be locked, but that would be weird. It feels a little bit more... It feels like it becomes some weird separation here from the locking mechanism and the open mechanism. Which, I don't think that's the end of the world, but that's kind of the thing that makes me a little bit reluctant to it. Unless you're hiding stuff there, yeah. Instead of a key, maybe I have to find a stick to open it. Could do that as well. But if you have the stick, then we come back to the same issue, don't we? Yeah, then we don't need a string, which means that... I mean, we could still do the paintings. Because the main thing is that we need to get the attention to the attic. Yeah, often you also see a pole you need to use. I feel like that's the most common thing. I actually, if I'm being honest... I don't know if I have ever seen a string on one of these in Sweden. I don't think I have. The most common thing I feel like we have is when you have like the pole that you would like push up into the hole and like use that to unlock it. If you want to lock it, then why don't you make stairs to it? Then it's also immediately visible. True, it does take more space, which is something to consider. I would have to remove the table. To be fair, the table doesn't serve any purpose at the moment. But then wait, how would we lock it? Oh, I guess what you could do as well, you could just always have the like ladder or the steps up and then have the attic just be locked. Like, rather than opening this one to pull the ladder down. To be fair, I kind of like that though. It's a neat little interaction to like pull down the ladder before you go up. But you could just always have the ladder hang down here. Right? That is a bit fucking long, but... But it would certainly bring your attention here. But just like end it here by the ceiling. Can I have it to only unlock the lid? Yeah. Devs, welcome in, man. I like what you said about the pole is how you unlock and then pull the ladder down. Just make the pole the key and then the way to... Well, the ladder pulling down I already have. To be fair. Not to say that we couldn't make it, the pole thing. But at the moment how this works is that you would unlock this, pull the ladder down, and then you can go up. Because now when there's something this far down, it's like, now it's impossible to miss this. The issue of course is when it's locked. I don't know, I'm still kind of leaning towards maybe just having the... putting some paintings on the wall. Because then what we could do, maybe switch out this painting to the shield instead. And put this painting in the office to not have like the double painting section. Boom Trout, good to see you, man. I think it looks weird. I think it would be less common. Like normally you don't just have a standing ladder always to the attic, right? Unless it's behind like a door or something. Which, to be fair, is the other thing you could have done. You could have put a door here. And when you unlock that door, there's just a ladder. Like, quite literally, you open it, it's like a small little... almost like a tiny wardrobe with just a ladder up. Like that could have worked too. Like instead of doing the hatch. The only issue then is that I would have to change the localization. Because all, like this marker on the map says attic hatch. And that wouldn't be correct anymore. You have a nice place with the fireplace, and then you set a ladder on the side. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Because this feels like, with the old fireplace and stuff, and the, like, display cabinet, you get the impression that this is one of the, like, fancy rooms or whatever. Like, it doesn't hold that much purpose. It's basically a hallway, but it's supposed to... It's one of those places that just make the house feel a bit more posh or whatever. So it feels weird to kind of all of a sudden just put, like, a half-industrial ladder in here. Like, permanently. Many valid options here, I think, yeah. Table a bit moved to the left to have the first ladder approachable. Gaz, welcome in, man. Good to see ya. Demo time nearly. Yeah, we are getting fucking close, man. That could work, but it needs to pull enough attention so that you would realize to look up. Yeah, that is basically the thing we need to make sure. We need to make sure that people look up. Because... right now, it seems like too many people miss the attic hatch. And they don't start looking for it until they have the key. I basically want it to be the complete opposite, right? Like, I want people to find the hatch, not be able to open it, so that later in the game, when they find the key, they go, oh yeah, this is obviously to the hatch I saw earlier. Like, that's the experience I want people to have, right? Like, they should find the obstacle and then find the solution. Not find the solution and then start looking for the obstacle, because that feels a bit more weird. Hey Vintage, welcome in, man. How are you doing? Good to see you, man. In that type of room, I don't think it's weird having many pitches, especially if one is like a main one and the other ones are smaller. Yeah, maybe. I think pitches could work here. And I think it would be enough, because... like I said, it just barely needs to bring their attention. Like, all I need the player to do is to bring the cursor up here. Like, as long as they just scan here, it's fine, because that's gonna make them notice this. Having one of those trains hanging down from the ceiling would be cool, could animate it to swing slowly. Yeah, that is true. I don't know, I don't hate the idea of a string, but I am a little bit... I don't know. For some reason I feel a little bit reluctant to it. Leposdian, welcome in, man. How you doing? Hope I'm not mispronouncing your name here, but good to have you. I saw your trailer on Boolean stream, looking awesome. Thank you very much, man. That means a lot. Hope you're doing well. Make an arrow upwards saying hatch. That might be the way to go. Just do a massive red animated arrow going up and down. Yeah, make it red exactly. Big red circle. We might have to do this, man. Hey, Lepo, thank you very much for the follow, man. Appreciate ya. By the way, what if I stream your demo in the first Monday of November? I always do in the appreciation stream on the first Monday of the month. Yeah, sure, man. I'd love that. I'll try and be there to check it out. Just spitballing. Have the hatch give a little shake animation when you enter the room. The only thing I struggle with there is like the explanation for it. Like from a like player guidance perspective, like why does it shake? Yeah, light creeping out, that is something I think Wolfid said before as well, I think. That's something you could do. It's a little bit trickier, just to make it read well. I mean, it doesn't have to read perfectly. Like, as long as people bring their attention here, it's basically fine. Blood marks, yeah. You could have that. Little blood drips down the wall from the hatch. The only thing you would have to do then is to make a reason for it upstairs or whatever. That's not too... Like, as long as we have a little pool of blood or something upstairs, it still kind of works. Yeah, suggesting something happen, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Could have mixed both. Could have paintings and that as well, to make it really, like, have it. Lots of stuff, as long as it doesn't get, like, too messy or whatever. I usually invite the developers in so they can answer questions of the viewers. Would you do that? Depending on what I'm doing that day. It would be... Well, you said the first Monday. Yeah, I might work. So chilling and working, everything is gathering together at last. Nice, man. Your aesthetic feels good. Feels like a deep story, some sort of detective story quest. Nice. Yeah, I feel like the current like ambience and just like the general feel of the game and stuff is... I'm actually quite happy with it. Bloody handprint on it, yeah. Some scratching marks. Someone got pulled into the attic. I don't actually super mind the whole blood idea here. Yeah, cobwebs I thought about as well. Like, I could make this one into the brighter type instead, so that one grabs your attention a bit more. Like, if I had this one be this one instead. It's still semi-possible that even just that would bring people's attention more here. And as long as it gets their attention here, it's fairly likely that the attention will go here. 8 PM CET. Sounds like it should work. Sounds like it should work. Let's try and make it happen, Dragon. That's my good deed for the day. I'm lurking and working on my event manager. Nice, man. Thank you for lurking and good luck with the event manager. Appreciate ya. Let's see how a bit of... The thing is that this... Let me see. Let me see. I think it could work. I don't hate this idea. We could do some blood from this door, like flowing over here towards the hatch. And then here, you see some of the blood go down the wall here, and maybe, as you said, a little bit on the table as well. I definitely don't hate this idea. I need to clean up this at some point. Okay, that should be the same. Let me do this real quick. We want... Let's see, here we just have that one, which is going to be... And what are you? You are like 2 pixels away there, and then we have like 2 by 2 pixel squares. So in that case, we're gonna take you, we're gonna flip you, and you would be like here. And then we need the bottom one, because I'm gonna do this in the same area. So that is going to be... here. You are positioned right at the edge. Maybe doesn't make full sense, but you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm joking. Wait, is that the one? That's this one. Nice to catch the stream again. My wife and I had a baby, so I've not been on Twitch for a while. Congratulations, man. Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that, getting close. Good shit, man. I hope it's all good, man. Very, very exciting times, eh? Was this your first one? I don't remember. Second? Nice. Okay, so I guess then maybe it's not as much of a... Like, I imagine it's more of a shock thing the very first time. At least now you've been through it once, I imagine. I don't know, this is also me just making it. I have no fucking clue, I'm not a parent. We didn't say anything, fuck you, Chappy. What is up, Great Grievance? Welcome in, man, good to see ya. If you see something falling on the table, that could definitely attract attention, especially if it's also combined with sound, yeah. We could do a little... It would be fairly easy to make like a drip animation going down. is way harder with the second one, only because the first one wants to help with everything. Oh, interesting. Doesn't make full sense. You would kind of imagine this to be... a bit more straight, but then... But the good thing if it goes here is that I can make it drop down here. You know what I mean? But I don't think it would look that good if I did this. I mean, it kinda works, to be honest. It looked better than I thought it would. What fucking lay am I on? Did I make a new lay for this? Somewhat. I mean, you should kinda do that. Maybe get rid of it a little bit here. Or maybe it should be more like it's pooling over here. And then it's like somewhat dripping over here or whatever. Carol Costa, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, maybe.
Hey, Vintage is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it.
Cheers.
This hurts my eyes for some reason. Change my Twitch to dark mode. What is up, Blue Blue? Good to see ya. Fuzzy Buzzy, welcome in as well. Cheers, Vinny. Okay, that's not too shabby. And then here I don't really know. Maybe I should move this. That wouldn't be too difficult to do, to be honest. It's like maybe I should align this one here. Hey, that doesn't look as good though. It doesn't look as good. Oh wait, it's because you could, at the most it would be like here. Maybe I should move it ever so slightly. How would that look when you're open? LA Moon, welcome in, good to see ya. Hope you've been well. If I move you one pixel more to the right, that one is gonna align with the wall, that's not gonna look good. I don't think I want to move this. We'll see if we can make something work. Maybe... I don't know. That doesn't make full sense. If anything, it would be the opposite. Feels like I'm criminally underproductive for the past 3 days, but taking a more positive attitude. That sounds good. I mean, productivity, you'll get that, man. I believe in ya. Just do it. Like the blood is dripping. Yeah, we're kind of thinking about doing something along those lines, because the main thing here is that I need something that brings the attention more towards the hatch. Because what I've been noticing from like playtesters is that a lot of them don't realize that it's an attic hatch until they find the key. And that's an issue. Like, I want people to find the obstacle first and then find the solution, rather than finding the solution and then finding the obstacle, you know? Do I have a table here? I feel like something like this might work. Obviously I'm doing all of the different floors in the same area, which is a bit weird, but... It would be wider around the hatch and get more into dripping position at one point. I wonder if it could potentially do something like this as well. Like maybe... mess this up a little bit more. Don't know. I feel like this color is gonna be too bright. I mean, that would be where there's the most of it. Maybe.
Time to stretch.
Your playtesters suck. It's the get good mindset. Hey yo, welcome in, how you doing? Good to see ya. If you have a leak that is the same, the water would gather before it's quite wide and drips down from one point. Yeah, no, that is a good shout. Like, if we imagine that most of it is coming from this room, this should be where most of it is, right? And then it should get smaller and smaller. Potentially here, it would get a bit wider again. Where it's like seeping through or whatever. And then from that point... I don't know if I want to chat this off though, because it wouldn't be too hard to animate this. So we should do something like this, and then have like 1 pixel keep dripping down on the table. I feel like this could work. Blood yippee. All the houses used to have water tanks in the ceilings. You could add one of those and it would be leaking down, yeah. That doesn't make sense though, because we do have a basement, and I already have some stuff like that in the basement. Which I think makes more sense in a big house. If you didn't want to add the blood trail in for story reasons. The kind of ironic thing here, I don't know if ironic really is the right term, but for story reasons, this actually does make a lot of sense. I hadn't thought of it before, but like in this specific scenario, this actually works for the story too. Did you work on the story? Yeah, we have. I have like the general outline kind of done. Of course, like the full game isn't close to finished yet, but Kane with the raid, welcome in, man. How are you doing? Good to see ya. What have you been up to? Anything you wanna share? Anything you wanna show? Let me know. Big shout out to Kane, yet another game developer here on Twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and we are working on a point-and-click horror game that we're gonna release a demo for tomorrow, which is pretty insane, if I may say so myself. Okay, let's try and throw these into the game and see how it looks. Can always tweak it after. Let's do something like that. Then we're gonna go into room details. I'll have to dip though, I have a meeting in 3 minutes, holy shit. I'll check in afterwards, no worries man. Appreciate the raid. One of those classic rules of game design, plays never look up. Yeah, true, man. Hey, Blork, thank you very much for the follow, man. Welcome in. Really, I feel like lots of people do to check sensitivity. Potentially, but that would be something you do once at the very start of the game, right? You wouldn't continuously do it. I guess the counter argument would be. Played Monster Prom, it was great. Don't know if I've heard of that one. I'll say that every time people tell me I'm aiming for the foot of the enemies when I'm playing Valorant. Yeah, that's at the start of the game. I think so too. Devious, good to see you, man. Holy shit, balls tomorrow? Yeah, it's insane. I don't know. I actually feel more ready than I thought I would. It's definitely been a little bit of crunching time here. I've been a little bit stressed to get this stuff done in time, but overall I feel like we're doing pretty good. I reached out to a bunch of content creators yesterday. Had one play the game live on stream, which was fucking insane. I don't know, like I said before, I think I'm still on a little bit of a high from that. That was really cool to see. What do I call this one? Blood Trace. I'm gonna call this one Blood 0. This is going to be Blood 1. And Blood 2. Let's apply that. It's mostly from the gamedev dating sim one. Oh, I might have... That one I think I've heard of. No, wait, isn't that game called something like Date Anything or whatever? Is that not like the name of the game where you can... Are we thinking of the same one? Like, I'm thinking of the one where you can basically date the... You can date like a fridge and stuff. Morjesta, Keita. Welcome in. Terve, heippa. How you doing, man? Good to see ya. Also, my jam game that you played on stream came 24th and I won an award for Chill Can't Get Enough. Let's fucking go, man. GG. Shout out to Vintage. That game was actually really cool. Like, the main thing that I was so impressed by with that game is the idea for like the general theme and stuff for an idle game. I thought was really clever. That I think you did really well. Also, let's throw a little shout out to Vintage as well. He is yet another streamer here on Twitch. Does some game development. Go and check him out if you haven't. He did recently have his second kid, so I don't know why his streaming schedule is gonna be like at the moment, but nonetheless, give him a follow and make sure to check him out when he goes live. Date Everything, is that the game? Okay. Did you make playtests before, I think? You're ready to release a demo? We have been playtesting. To be fair, I've been playtesting since like almost the first build of the game. Like we're on version 0.4.7. I started playtesting on 0.0.1. So we have been playtesting throughout the entire thing, and I recently had most of my playtesters play through the recent versions, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. Like, all the things that could be improved on, of course, there's always gonna be, right? And time is never gonna be enough, but with that being said, I feel good about where the game is at. Date Everything is new, but the Monster Dating one was produced by gamedev a few years ago. Okay, fair enough. I played with my friends in school, nice. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. I'm gonna go and get a bit more coffee during the break, but I'll be back in just a minute or so. He's forcing us to playtest 24/7, yep. Especially Vinny. Vinny has... I think you actually have the record of most playtested builds so far. Vinny has been fucking grinding out the playtests. Very much appreciated, I don't take it for granted. Okay, blood. We want this one. Unless this ends up being too dark now. Which I suppose is possible. And I've never got scared, not even once. Yeah, sure thing, man. Let's see how this looks. Okay, I might want to tweak that one a little bit. I don't know, looking at it here, this does not seem very noticeable. Maybe I do need to make it at least one color brighter. I think I did the darkest one. I think this is gonna be too dark. Yeah, this is way too dark. This is almost missable. Yeah, we need to make it brighter. Okay, ads are running, so like I said, I'm gonna take just a half-minute break or something and go and get some more coffee, and I will be right back. Appreciate your patience. And we are back. Let me catch up with chat here. Spicy. Leo dripping sound in the room will make the player hunt for the source of the noise. That is true. I think the thing I'm scared with here is that this is almost so dark that if someone would... Especially, I think the issue would be if someone, for whatever reason, would end up setting that brightness a little bit too low. Like, on my monitor, on my main monitor, I would definitely miss this. I wouldn't notice it. Now, obviously, if you follow this correctly, you shouldn't have set it too low, but... Just thinking of edge cases here. Leo dripping, I think, could definitely work. We did something similar in the Game Jam version. How long have you been making the game? The complete release is soon. I started working on the game pretty much exactly 1 year ago. We made it for a Game Jam. And, you know, after that jam, I decided to make this into a full game, so... You know, I spent like half a year just polishing and refactoring stuff, making sure that everything felt as good as possible. And now we've been cramming out content. The current plan is to release the demo tomorrow, join the next fest in February, and have the full release somewhere, like maybe Q1 next year. Like, the plan would be shortly after the next fest, right? So we have some momentum going. Nexo, welcome in, how you doing? Good to have ya. Hope you've been well. Dream Daddy a dad dating simulator was the Game Grumps one. They've only had a hand in 3 games, but the studio they had broke away from them and started doing their own thing. Aaron did voice one of the characters in Monster Prom though. Oh, interesting. I think I've heard of that game as well. I haven't played it. I don't know if I've seen it, but I think I've heard of it. It's come so far, looking great, thank you, Grievance. Yeah, I feel very good about where the game is going. I think this needs to be brighter though. I mean, we could make it darker towards the end, potentially. Congrats, Chappy. Thank you, Ayo. Maybe we made it this dark. Maybe. Like now I feel like if you go up here, you shouldn't miss this. If you go to the... we should even raise the light switch position here a little bit. make sure that because most people are gonna turn on the light. If that one is even higher, like here, you should notice this and go, oh, where's this coming from? And then you see this one. Do you know what I mean? So for anyone coming in, we are basically trying to make the attic hatch a bit more noticeable, because I've noticed some people like almost missing this one, which is a little bit of an issue. Maybe we raise that one a bit as well, just to make it even more noticeable. You're doing good, Nexo. Nice, man. That should work, shouldn't it? That should bring your attention here. And then, couldn't I do a particle effect here? I don't know if we're gonna have time to do a sound for this now. That might be something, I think it would be nice to have it. I think potentially it would be better to focus on just a particle effect for now. Like if we want to have it like dripping a little bit or whatever. Unpack. Blood drips. Okay, where are you going, fam? Duration. Sure. Lifetime needs to be way shorter. Yeah. Start speed. I need to get rid of the randomness, the noise. I don't want noise. Okay, you are going straight down now, it seems like. But do you not respawn? Is that emission rate over time 1? Start size, start speed, start lifetime. Particle would die when its lifetime reaches 0. Simulation speed. Delta time. Play on awake. Oh, okay, so you're still going in random directions. Is that in here? Yeah, cone. I guess, should this be like an edge? I don't fucking know. Wait, mode random. I guess I want a loop. I'm going to imagine. You're going out. But then you stop. How do I... Like, shouldn't you be looping? Color over lifetime, renderer. Bursts. I shouldn't need a burst. I love the aesthetic of this game, minimalistic but cool. Thank you very much, Dragon. Nice blood patch, cheers, man. Well, what magic? So fast text apply in real time, like no import save export thing? No, that is really convenient in Unity. If you just overwrite the same like sprite sheet or whatever that you're using before, it immediately updates, even during runtime, which I think is pretty sick. Like if I start up the game, we look over here at the blood, and then I go in here and I just go, you know what? We're gonna add a new palette we're gonna have purple. We now have purple in the game. Even during runtime. Really convenient. Noya in Rain, welcome in. I remember this, the game with the lovely art style. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate ya. AE, good to see you, man. You work with the ASPRAT files in Unity, just updates as you save it, very nice, yeah. Looping at the top, okay. Oh, looping, thank you. I'm Dutch, not native English. Bitterballen. Goedemorgen. Ik ben Jongen. Bedankt voor de gezelligheid. Yeah. I checked now because I had to change something. If you save an ASPRAT, you save the .asprite file. If I use the PNG for the tiles, for example, so not sure how to do it. Well, the thing is that I don't save as an ASPRite. Like, if you look here, this project is a PNG. Like, for most of my sprite sheets, you know, certainly there are gonna be disadvantages to this, but I actually don't have projects for most of them. Some I do when they get really complex, but then what I do is that, because here's the thing, right, Teabag, you don't import the ASPRite file into Unity, right? So the only thing that you need to do, whichever file you're using, which I assume is the PNG, after you're done with the ASPRite file, if you want to keep working on an ASPRite file, just export it and overwrite the PNG. And at that point it should update immediately. You still shouldn't have to like re-import it. Chicken Mass speaking enchantment table again. Bitterballen out. Yeah, Bitterballen does not sound good in Swedish. It does not sound good in Swedish whatsoever. But it's a Dutch meal which is surprisingly good. It's like little fried meatball-like things or whatever. It's surprisingly good. I recommend it. It sounds very weird in Swedish though. Saying like, jag äter bitterballen. That does not, it does not sound good in Swedish. Let's just say that balle in Swedish might be like slang for some type of like male genitalia thing, you know? Nice, you have some familiarity with Dutch? A little bit, not too much. I've been to the Netherlands a few times. I have some Dutch friends as well. And yeah, as Luasoft said, I'm also just a huge fucking language nerd. How you doing, Luasoft? Dingling thing? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we have it set to looping now. So boom, and then you should die, and we have a new one. So start in position needs to be from the center. That's the first thing I'm noticing. Angle. Should I set angle to 0? Nope, that fucked everything up. Is this rotated or something? No? I want you to go down. Oh wait, can I just move these? I don't work enough with... particles. Stay on a weight, rigid body. Rate over time. Arc 360. Doesn't seem to do anything. Speed 1. Emit from base. Okay, so I think I need to change where the base is then. Right? And then I make it this taller instead. Okay. And then we... Oh, no. Oh, what the fuck? What did I do? Okay, I'm getting errors all over the place. Stop. I have no idea what just happened. Ballen in Dutch can also mean balls, but bitterballen is really like a rounded ball with crusty outside, yeah. Okay, thanks Chirpy. I think I will make a new Unity project and play around with it. Yeah, it's really convenient once you get it going, because in my first games I would export new sprite sheets every single time and like just get the new sprites I needed from it. But it was so much wasted time compared to just overwriting the file over and over again. You could put the start speed to 0 at the top and then add velocity over time on the y-axis. Okay, that sounds good. Start in speed. We want to be 0. But did I fuck something up? Because I can't see this anymore. Yeah, it's when I clicked that one, I don't know what the fuck happens here. I don't know what I've done. What did I do? I changed this one. I can't even see that anymore. Did I like completely glitch this out? Can I reset everything? No, wait, that's gonna be bloody annoying. Because I don't know what happened. Like I can't see my particle effect anymore. And I'm getting a bunch of errors now. I don't even know what I did. I've gotta go, have a great stream and have fun everybody. Till the next time, no worries Lepo, thank you very much for hanging out. I appreciate ya. Okay, let's fuck it. Let's restart. Particle system reset. That should reset everything, right? So if I play now, we're gonna have some weird stuff going on. Yeah. So I know that the most important thing is that start size should be 0.055, I think. That looks like it's 1 pixel. Now you are hidden behind everything, so renderer. I think we have order in layer. Let's put you at like 2. Maybe 1. As long as the menu canvases are still covering this, otherwise it would be weird. Okay, if I enable the pause menu, yeah, you cover it, good. Okay, start color. Let's pause this one. Put you here. I hope this is gonna update. Fuck it, maybe something like that. Sure. Do we have material as well? Sprite lit default, okay, good. Mode random. I guess I want you to loop, right? And then emission rate over time should be 1. Velocity over lifetime -1 or so in the y-axis. Okay, let's do start speed 0. That means you should basically get stuck. I do want you to always start from the base though. Where was that? Emit from... It does say emit from base. But I think that's when I need to change this, don't I? Right, I need to do... Or is this because I'm using a cone? Why can I can't change the size of this? Line to direction, randomize direction 0. Hahaha. Angle 90. Should I not be able to move these? To decide what, like, where the base starts, because it needs to always drip from the same point. Now, when we have 0 in starting speed, you can see that they spawn a bit randomly. Oh, is that like start in position? Do I have some shit like that? Start lifetime, and duration, we can probably bring down. Looping, yes. I don't think we need to pre-warm this one. Start rotation 0. Gravity modifier, simulation space, delta time. Okay, let's fix the velocity over lifetime. Linear orbital offset, speed modifier. Okay, y minus 1. Why is this like... just me, or does it look like these are not pixels anymore? They look like a bit squashed. Orbital. Apply orbital velocity. Rotate them around the center of the system. Then offset to the center of rotation. Apply radial velocity to particles, which will project them out from the center of the system. Speed modifier. Multiply particle speed by this value. But it's still going to be linear. Because I guess it would be nice if we had one where... shouldn't this like get quicker and quicker? No, I got it, I wasn't thinking, actually working in the PNG until you showed it. Yeah, works fine, instant changes in Unity, let's go. And like I said, if you have like a really complex sprite and you want to make sure to keep the project file, like when you export, just instead of making a new export, just overwrite the old one that you have in Unity. Because then you could get the instant update, instant change, while still having a unit or an A-sprite project. Because I know, like, with certain things, if you really need the layers and stuff, it can be good. Like, for most of, like, all my props in the game, I don't even use, like, this entire sheet, which has, like, the most of my objects in the game. I never use layers here. Like, if I change something, I just do it, on this one master layer or whatever. But I have some other like complex ones where there's like multiple animation frames and stuff, and at that point I feel like it can be quite nice to have it, but then I just overwrite the PNG when I export it instead, and it works the same way. Set radius to 0 in the shape if you want it to spawn always. Okay, wait. Radius in the shape, 0. There we go. Good shit. I'm still a little bit annoyed by the fact that it looks like these are not like scaling properly. I have to check how it looks in game. Okay, they need to go a little bit further, which I think just means that the lifetime needs to be longer. Because we want them to land like there somewhere. But then I need... they can't spawn this often. So what does that mean? That I lower the rate over time? Yeah, boy. No, it kinda looks like they maybe are a little bit slow though. It doesn't look like it's dripping. But that's also because I think this can't be linear, right? And velocity over time gives me linear velocity. Is there a way to get like a curve on this? Lifetime by emitter speed. Size over lifetime, size by speed. I feel like there should be something for this. Trails? I don't think I want trails for this. space, local or world? Oh, would that be an emission thing? Probably not. Rate over distance. Good evening, Lupo. How you doing, man? If you wanted to be fast over time or something like that, you could change it to curve in the drop-down in the right of the linear parameter of velocity over lifetime. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, there we go. So then what do I do with this? So now it's set to curve, but how the fuck do I change the curve? Because now we're just spawning it there. Can you make the time between the drifts random so it spawns sometimes faster, sometimes slower? Probably. Orbital edges, offset edges, those are all the same. How am I dumb? How do I... What do I need? Is this an animation? No. I guess I could animate. This doesn't have to be a particle effect. It could be a 1 pixel animated as well. But then we can't get it to be random though, which I think could be good. Left click should appear in the bottom right corner. It's not opening on another monitor, does it? Where it says particle system. Oh, particle system curves. Ah, okay, okay, okay. There we go. Z, remove that one, click on this one, Y. Okay, okay. Is this the lifetime? Oh, there's set values here as well. Oh, you're going up now though, whoops. We want you to go down. But you need to start from 0. Okay. I want you like here. And I want you further down. Okay, it is getting closer. Do need to change the color a little bit though. Should be slightly darker. Something like so. Okay, we're getting there. Can click the top left value in the curve to adjust the max. Ah, so I can put this to 0. And now this should be a lower value, right? That doesn't seem to work. What have I done now? Okay, you're not falling anymore. Why though? X. So confused. Been having some fun with particle system this last couple of days. I mean, particle systems are really nice. When I started actually learning them, I think it added a lot of that like extra polish to the game. Where we have these little particle effects when you pick up items and... I mean, really when you click on any item. As well as I have some flies, like around trash and stuff. I've used particles to kind of simulate small little flies. Which I think add a lot of extra detail to the game. But I'm definitely not like entirely used to this yet, I would say. But why are you not falling now? This is velocity over time. On the y-axis, you should go from... Oh, do I need to put this back to 1? Because I think this was at 1 before, wasn't it? Oh wait, does 0 mean it goes to the 0 on the negative as well? Oh, it's between 0 and 0. Okay, yeah, I'm just a Dumbo. 1 is actually... That means +1 and -1. Okay. Oh, what happens if I put -1 here? Nothing? Okay. 1. Okay, I still need this to get even quicker, which I suppose I can do by just setting 2 here instead, right? Yeah. 3? This becomes like a way of increasing the speed. And then we can just limit the lifetime, make sure that you end where you should. I think it could be even quicker. I mean, the curve is nice, but it still needs to be fairly quick. Maybe something like this. And then I suppose we start lifetime. We put like 1 here instead. You're going too far, you're not? Oh, and we do a sub-emitter where it lands, like we did with the rain, so there's a little splash. Holy shit. That's gonna be sick. Couldn't I... Wait. Instead of trying to brute force that, can I not set, like... Could I not limit the distance? Limit velocity over time, inherit velocity... Could I not set, like, this is the max distance you're allowed to go? Direction, position... Oh yeah, I could have kept this at 1 and just changed the speed modifier too. Course of a lifetime. Color by speed, size of a lifetime. None. Adding new sub-emitter. Shit. You could set it from 0 to 1 so it gets quicker over lifetime, like in velocity. Oh shit, wait, that's my particle effect here. Whoopsie. Oh wait, start size is tiny. Why is What the fuck? Why is this one so big? Sub-emitter hierarchy? You mean here? That should be def, first of all. Right? Is that not what I want? Because I assume this is the trigger. Like, on death, I want this to emit. Inherit size. Now the main issue is that I can't fucking see this one anymore. Sub-emitter. So this one, I think we would want to have a burst. Why are you spawning up there? How did I do this with my rain particles? Those are in here. Outside rain particles. Sub-emitters. They inherit color and size, emit probability 1 on death. And then we have a child called a sub-emitter 0, which has a burst. Okay. Okay. So size and color. We want a... I guess I don't want... No, here is where I am. Okay, if I'm inheriting the size... Start size... Oh, but that is... Did that not work? 0.055. Okay. And then I want a burst with like... What did I do here? 31010. 31010. Rate over time 5. What does this one have? Rate over time 0. Okay. Why is this confusing? On death, emit that one. Inherit color size, emit probability 1. Color size, emit probability 1. That looks good. But I can't... Or are you just somewhere else? Oh wait, did I move the sub-emitter now? Oh, I see. So this is the sub-emitter. Oh, wait. You need... Okay. Let's just look at what I did here. What is different? On the rain sub-emitter and this one. That looks kinda fine. I guess I randomized some direction or something, maybe. Start size is set to 1. Oh, 1 is way too big. Start color is lower. Lifetime 0.2. Oh, I need start speed on this one, right. This one has 1 in start speed, whereas you have 0. Okay, we're getting there, 1 step at a time. Duration 1. Otherwise it looks pretty much the same. What about shape? Looks the same too. Oh, but wait, we did something here. Radius. Doesn't seem to do anything. Well, this one has 0.0001 in radius. Maybe you can make it inherent size from parent. If it's not spawning at def, make sure you have it selected in sub-emitter from the drop particle. Yeah, this should be set. Wait, where did I put it? Mission sub-emitters on death. This sub-emitter, inherit color and size, emit probability 1. Like, it looks correctly set up from what I can see. Arthur, welcome in, man. How you doing? What? Is it crazy to copy... What if I copy this sub-emitter? We remove that sub-emitter. We paste this as a child. Now we might have to change the renderer here. And then need to make sure that this one gets set up as the sub... Oh yeah, look at that. Why reinvent the wheel when you can copy paste it? How you doing, Arthur? Shabby, I'm so stoked for the demo tomorrow. Feels so fun to try a game I've been watching getting developed, which is kinda new to me. Yeah, I'm very excited for you to try it, man. Make sure to leave a review. That will help out a lot. I will be truly appreciative of anyone who decides to take the time to leave a review. I mean, just playing the game is gonna mean a lot, but reviews are truly going to help out the future of this game. Okay, so I want you to go a little bit not as far. English. That was very, very fine English, wasn't it? So maybe lifetime? So you're going just a bit too far. What if I put you at 0.9? That is better. 0.85. 0.88. Let's see how this would actually look in game. What we have so far. Game was played on stream, people happy, it makes me so happy for you, man. Yeah, it was crazy, man. I don't know, I was ecstatic. I'm happy I got the screenshot as well. Look at this fucking shit. This does mean that my game is objectively better than Resident Evil, Soma and Reaper, right? I think that's how it works, right? Like, if my game, like, goes above above these games on Twitch, that is an objective measurement that my game is a better game, right? Right? I'm joking. Damn, when was that? It was yesterday. I had one of the biggest like Portuguese content creators. He's like a streamer, YouTuber called Want. He played the game live on stream yesterday in front of like almost 2,000 people. It was sick. I was truly honored. Truly honored. Amisis, good to see you, man. Congrats, thank you, man. How did you feel about live stream? Overall, really good. Like, his impression seemed good of the game. He spoke quite highly of it. He gave me a lot of compliments for like the art and stuff.
Hey, Svejsan.
What is up, Jin? His community seemed very well receptive of it as well. I got a lot of nice comments from people in the chat. Overall, really good. There are definitely a few things I noticed that I want to improve on the game that I noticed during his playthrough, but overall, like seeing him play the game was truly amazing. Any conversion to wishlists? I think so. I mean, so far I've had the biggest peak in wishlists since the release of the Steam page. I have gotten like 100 wishlist or something in the last couple of days. And obviously some of this is from TikTok, right? Because like the only reason he even decided to have a look at the game is because I had a TikTok kind of pop off. I got like 85,000 views or something on TikTok talking about my localization to European Portuguese. And obviously a lot of Portuguese people were quite happy to see someone localizing the game into their variant of the language, because, you know, most people just do Brazilian Portuguese, right? And so a bunch of people started like tagging him in the comments and stuff, and then he commented on it, said that he was gonna play it on stream. And then randomly yesterday, I was watching his stream, and I just see him bring up the TikTok and start talking about it. I was like, oh shit, so... You know, I sent him a message in the chat and said that, like, just so you know, if you do want to try the demo already, I've already sent you a key and stuff. So, yeah, I ended up playing the game. I stayed up to like 5 AM to watch him play it, because, you know, he did have some other stuff scheduled first. He was gonna play with some other streamers and whatnot. And obviously I'm not gonna sit and be like, fucking, no, play my game first, you know. Whenever he plays it, I'll be fucking happy. And so I ended up sitting up until like 4, 5 AM or something to watch it. And yeah, I don't know, it was sick, it was sick. I was truly ecstatic, I was very excited, I was nervous, but overall it was a great experience. And like I said, he seemed to actually enjoy the game. It seems like he's gonna wanna play the full version again, so I'll definitely make sure to give him some keys for the full game when that comes out. Yeah, overall, and then like I mentioned before, like one of the biggest things here as well, I think, is that I'm just a huge fan of his. So like not only is it like just seeing a big creator play your game, but seeing like he's my favorite Portuguese content creator. I've watched him a shit ton, just because, you know, I need to practice my Portuguese, so one of the best ways of doing that is to increase my input. So when I started studying the language, I tried to find as much like music and content creators and stuff as possible, and you know, he's a really entertaining guy, so watching him play the game was really fun. And there was some good clips in that as well. He got proper scared a few times. It was quite fun. Yeah, it was a good time, man. I could show the video. It is gonna be spoiler though, because the proper scare ended up being like right at the end. So it would be a spoiler for the end of the demo, but obviously, since some content creators have gotten early access, they, you know, it's gonna be out there. So I guess I could show it with the disclaimer that it's gonna be spoiler for anyone who doesn't want to see it. Bowser Big Bean Burrito, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. Yeah, I don't know. It was sick, man. I was truly happy to see it. And I guess, you know, I'm not gonna be the one to be like, you know, I'm not gonna be that guy. But goes to show, localization and reaching out to content creators might be worth it. Might be worth it. And to be fair though, I'm still very much under the impression that overall I think my conversion for content creators is gonna be pretty shit. I think so far I know like 4 that's going to play the game. I had one respond as well, but he said he didn't play point-and-click games, and I was like, that's completely fair. But I do have a few more creators that are going to play it. But like I said before, just the fact that one played it himself is enough for me to be like, yeah, fucking mission successful way. Very cool stuff. Only if your game looks fun, either to play or stream, yeah. One thing I noticed that I think is something I need to improve on, I'm probably not gonna have time to do it for this version of the demo. But it would be nice to make the beginning a little bit more exciting. Like, I feel now like it kinda takes a little bit too long. Like, it takes a bit too long to get into the house, and there's not like enough fun stuff happening on the way. That was like one of the points where I realized that I think I could improve a lot on. Making sure that like the initial hook in the game is a little bit stronger. And the other thing that I very much took from it was this, right? Because I've seen this from other from other playtesters as well. Like a fair bit of people have actually missed this hatch entirely, which means that when they find the key for the attic, then they start looking for the attic, which I think is not the way to go. We want them to find this so that when they find the key, they go, okay, I know where this leads. But I think this is gonna work, right? I feel like this should bring your attention. Like, if you go here, you're gonna see this and be like, what? Oh shit, is this dripping? That should make them look up, and at that point they should see this one. I actually think these drips look pretty good now too. I don't know, maybe if we could move the entire table a little bit. Because I feel like these land kind of out on the edge, they should land a bit more centered. I don't want to move the blood, but I think I could make this blood a child of the table. And then we move the entire table instead. That might be a bit too much. 67? Sure. The main thing I picked up from watching you is to slow my own dev down and pay much more attention to every detail. That one is tricky. Like, obviously I am very much under the... Like, I value details a lot. Sometimes I definitely think a few people could make the argument that I spend too much time on small little details. But as I've said many times before, I think that no small detail you add to your game is going to make or break the game. However, a lot of small details all around could very much uplift the entire game. That's kind of my design philosophy, if you know what I mean. Like, having these little dust particles is not gonna be the reason why someone, you know, thinks that the game is good. However, having the little blood splashes here, having the dust particles, having the little shaking on locked things, being able to smash a window and get some glass shards on the floor, like all of these small things combined, I feel like ups the quality of the game quite a lot. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? See, I need to move this here now, though. Cobweb. This one, I think I should move you 3, so 6, 5, 4. That looks a little bit weird. But I might keep it for now. Also, something very, very important. I just realized. Let's rename this into blood. I need to make sure that this stuff blood drips. No, let's just call this one blood. This stuff needs to be behind the door and behind the hatch. Yeah, dude. Plus, if you're the type of person, naturally, you may as well lean into it. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Yeah, I think in general, I am a very like detail-focused or detail-oriented type of person. Like, I think just the way I am as a person, details matter a lot to me. So, in all honesty, I don't think I could. I don't think I could make a game in a different manner, if that makes sense. Like, I just can't help but try and make these little small details as good as possible. Okay, so if we now open this... Oh shit. The drips are still in front. That's a bit weird. That's fine. But you can see the little drops spawning in front of the hatch. We need to fix that. Also, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to go and check out Amisis, yet another great developer, one of my favorite streamers on Twitch, working on a really cool game called Shadows of Tuonela. Make sure to check him out if you haven't. I'm gonna snooze this ad in honor of Amisis. This is his game, Shadows of Tuonela, a game inspired by RuneScape Classic and Don't Starve, that's the name of the game. I've been playtesting this a bit on stream, and you know what, the playtest is public now, so if you're interested, you can click that little button. Make sure to go and check it out, support our fellow developers, as always. Okay, so let's see here, the dripping thingy. You. Did I mess up the order in layer here? What if I put you at 0? Do you disappear? I think that makes you disappear. That is a bit of an issue. And if I put you at 1, then you're visible. Okay, we make the blood drip further down. That's the cheeky fix. That's how we're gonna do this. Because if we have it start below where the door goes, this won't be an issue. Does mean I'm gonna have to change the length of it though. Is there another way to fix this? Is there? Can't change your layer thingy. But wait, can I put you on the same one? Wait, because this is on... Wait, layer. Is this the sorting layer? No, sorting layer default, ordering layer 0. Okay. But then I don't truly understand this. Sorting layer ID, default. If I put you to order in layer 0, why are you not visible? Why are you behind this stuff? Should you not still be visible? Very odd. I need this to be a 1. Otherwise you don't show up. But if I put you to 1, that means you're gonna be in front of this one. And that's an issue. If I didn't move you down like just a couple of pixels, we would be fine, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Let's go back here though, because I don't think I need to move it this much. This is where we had it. If I would move you down like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 pixels. Could also do this, so that's 1, 2, 3. Let's try this. Apply. Can we put the hatch on a higher number so it's always in front of the drip in? The thing is that, like, this one doesn't have an audio. Oh wait, there's a... Isn't that a component for that? I think that should solve it. The thing is though, even with that being said, I'm gonna snooze one more ad. Fuck it. I think it would look good if you could still see the blood here when it's open, which you can't at the moment, so I actually don't really mind bringing this down anyway. Because now this covers like almost all of the blood. So just seeing a drop here is not gonna look as good, I think. Whereas if we had a little bit of the drip there as well, I feel like it would end up looking better. But I think we could solve it with that, like, because there is some layer or canvas group. Is that what you do? No, that's different. I think there is some sorting group. Yeah, I think we could have played around with that one as well. But if I do it this way, then the open hatch, you should still be able to see a bit of the blood, and I think that's gonna look better. What is up, Crit? How you doing, man? How's the mood before the big day? You know what? Not too bad, actually. So far, I'm actually stressing less than I thought I would. I might start stressing more tomorrow, that's very possible. But so far, I'm actually feeling pretty good about this. Like, seeing Want play the game on stream yesterday, you know, in front of like 2,000 people, and seeing that go quite well, I think that improved my confidence quite a bit. I think it's still falling too low, isn't it? Okay, so that's obviously too high. I kind of feel like this sub-emitter is a little bit too hard to see. Can we bring up the opacity a little bit on you? That's so nice, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, thank you, man. Okay, and you need to fall a little bit further. A little bit further still, 77 maybe? $78. It's so quick I can't really see where it lands. I think it's like here. Is that good? I think that's fine. And now the open hatch doesn't cause any issues. Let's do that. Let's see how this looks in game. Someone remind me to do a push if we are happy with this. Oh no, we should fix the blood upstairs first as well. That does look pretty nice. You know what? That is not too shabby. I think it should drop less often though, shouldn't it? I feel like maybe it's a little bit much. Like they drop just a bit too often. How do I fix that? Rate over time, we lower the rate over time, like half this or something. Wait, what did I have? 0.5, 0.25? Slightly more, 0.3 maybe? That feels better. I think I prefer that. Okay, we do have an ad coming up in about 1 minute for the non-subscribers. Appreciate your patience. I'm gonna go and get a bit of tea during this break, but shall be back shortly. We do have one little room detail left though, which is in here. We want to add an image, which is going to be the blood. And then of course we want you to be lit as well. How many animations do you have that play while playing? One of the best ways to add detail is background animation, partly why Parallax works so well. I have quite I mean, technically I actually don't have that much animations, but I have quite a bit of particle effects. I have like dust particles moving around. I have, well here we now have these particle effects. And in some rooms you have little particle effects for like flies and stuff. Like, I don't have a lot of animations, but I have a fair amount of particles. If you're outside, we have like rain particles. So I think I've relied a lot more on particle effects than I have on animations, if that makes sense. Maybe this should even go over here a little bit. Because technically this is where it would be dripping down. So if we make you 3 pixels, yeah, we do something like boom boom, and we copy this color, and we go boom 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 boom, we save that, jump in here, we elongate you a little bit, and then going to set native size, and then move you 1 pixel further. I think I need to lower the opacity even more.
Hey Chappie, focus.
Cheers, man. I'm mad focused. Since when do you have a Vin focus? I've had it for quite some time. Maybe I even have an emote. Which is Vin as well. Okay, ads are running, so like I said, I'm gonna go and quickly just grab some tea and I will be right back. Appreciate the patience. Oh, fucking hell, I stumped my toe on a door frame or whatever. Fucking hell, it hurts. But we are back, people. Thank you for your patience. Boolean, welcome in. Nice to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Ouch, yeah. It's not nice. Don't know if I love this. The bright color is a bit too bright. Okay, we're gonna slightly change this. Istelma, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. I don't think I want this. Instead, I think we're gonna do something like this. Wait, can I not do a... Can I not select this? And then do a outline inside? but not on the top. Yeah. Okay, okay. And then these have to change. No, of course not. No, go ahead, lad. That's fine. This is blood.
Lovely.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Made a little... Didn't I mention that? People didn't find the attic hatch.
Oh, yeah.
So I made it drip down blood from here, so that hopefully it brings people's attention up.
Not just a pretty face, are ya?
You know me. Cheers, love. Okay. So that looks fine when it's open. Yeah. Go up, and you see this. The ending still looks a little bit weird. Mothership, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. Okay, I prefer this at least. Does look better. Ladies and gentlemen, Boolean is yet another developer on Twitch. Go and check him out if you haven't. Yeah, there's something... The end part here I don't like. Maybe, did I go too low in opacity? Is that it? I think I did like, what, 50%-ish? Maybe we do like 60 or something? Maybe. I don't think it's too shabby. And I definitely feel like this should bring more attention to the hatch. Because now, if you're a new player, you wander up here, what do? Well, you start looking at this, you inspect this, and when you go over here, either you're gonna wanna turn on the light, and if you hover here, you should see the blood. If not, if you look on the table, you're gonna see this and be like, what is that? How could blood be here? Well, the only way is up. No matter what, I feel like we should bring the players' attention up to the hatch. And now they will be aware that the hatch exists, which is our main purpose with this. Don't worry about that, buddy. That's fine. No one saw anything. We can now go up. And then we have a... You know... There's a bit of environmental storytelling, or whatever you want to call it. Now here you understand where the blood is coming from. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm quite happy with that. Any good feedback from the one stream? Yeah, overall it was quite good. It seemed like both Want and his community seemed quite excited about the game, so that was very fun to see. And then, you know, a few things that I realized that I can do better. One of the issues was that, and I have noticed other playtesters do this as well, the thing we are basically fixing right now, which is the fact that a lot of people end up missing the attic hatch, which I think is only natural, because there's not really any other place where you need to look up in the ceiling. So I think it's fairly natural. But now we have this little dripping blood here, which I feel like should bring people's attention up here. Another thing I wanted to potentially fix is the... First garage. This little puzzle here. I think it would be pretty good if we could switch this and use letters instead. Because I already have the safe in the demo. I have a safe in the demo, which obviously has a number solution. And this is basically the same thing, right? It is just a different form of input, but it's the same thing, like find a number, enter it here. That feels like it might end up being a little bit too repetitive, so I think it would be pretty good to switch those into letters instead. The main issue there is that I think it's very possible that I have some localization that might need to change, which is a little bit annoying. Because obviously I can't do all of that myself. But I think that would separate the puzzles a little bit more. Make stuff a bit more intuitive. Smart solution? Yeah, I think this should work. Symbols instead of numbers? Yeah. I think like letters or symbols. The only thing with symbols that's a bit tricky is... it's harder to make a lot of symbols, if that makes sense. Since I only have so many pixels. I mean, if I can make letters. I did look at it before at one point. Like, this was me trying to think about, like, what kind of symbols could I make with this? But I think it's a little bit tricky because a lot of these look very similar. To be fair, I could make them bigger though. Because otherwise, I feel like it could work to just do letters. That would still like separate it. At that point though, I think the best thing would be to maybe only do consonants to avoid potential issues where it might end up being some, you know, some word with potentially a bad meaning. So if we do only consonants, I feel like we would lower the risk of that quite a lot. If you leave the screen where you're entering the numbers, will it save the last number you entered? Yes. Will right-clicking make the number go the opposite way? No. You do have to go all the way around if you want to like go back to a previous number. Because the main reason why I wouldn't want to do like right-clicking for that is that I don't have right-clicking anywhere in the game, so I feel like it wouldn't be intuitive. The only other thing you could have done is potentially where you have like a button here and a button here. Clicking this one goes up, clicking that one goes down. That is something we could have done, but I don't think I would want to introduce a new form of input. Same thing, I have some ideas for other places in the game where you potentially could use like dragging, which I think could be really cool. But it's one of those issues where if I don't have dragging anywhere else in the game, it feels weird to like, yeah, in this one place in the entire game, you're supposed to drag something, otherwise everything is clicking. I feel like if I add one of those systems with like some new form of input, I feel like there needs to be more of it throughout the entire game, if that makes sense. Alchemical symbols in my game? Wait, like, what is that? What is an example? Nordic runes then? You could do that. One day poddies indeed, what is up, Slayton? Yeah, Old Norse, you could actually. Slot machine icons? But that would be like what? Diamonds and bells and stuff? I mean, a bell I could probably... I can barely... I mean, that would be like... I guess I should have done something like this. But the issue is that I'm so limited on like pixels, right? So, like, a lot of symbols are really difficult to make. Rematch, welcome in, man. What are you working on today? Trying to do some final little polish things for the demo release. So far, so good. How you doing, Rematch? Actually, it should be a cool game that you can play on a tablet. That is true, but also a lot of extra work for me to make sure that the game works well on a tablet. I do have to keep the scope in mind a little bit here. Iron Earth Moon Sun. It's kidding about slot machine icons. It's just a lot of gamblings nowadays, yeah. Symbols somewhat resemble commonly found objects, yeah.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. What is up, Red Rucker? How you doing, brother? Did you notice a wishlist spike from the one stream, Chirpy? A bit, yeah. Not like anything crazy, like I haven't gotten like hundreds of wishlists or whatever. But with the TikTok kinda popping off, as well as one showing the game yesterday, I've still had my biggest spike so far. So, with both of those combined, in the last like 2-3 days or something, we have basically gotten like 100 wishlists or something, which is not too shabby, not too shabby. And you know what, even if I wouldn't get wishlist, just the fact that I have this screenshot is almost worth it. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is almost enough for me to be like, yep, that is pretty fucking cool, man. Next year on tablet, it could definitely be in the future. I don't think we can do it for the actual release now, but one day maybe. That is right, true, it is. The Seiki was streaming it once. He is like one of the biggest streamers, YouTubers in Portugal. So he also streams in Portuguese. So since my TikTok popped off where I was talking about European Portuguese localization, ended up getting like 85,000 views or something. Foolbox coming in with the raid. What is up, man? How are you doing? What have you been up to? Are you stressed yet? Not too shabby, not too shabby. I'm actually doing pretty good so far. Big shout out to Foolbox, yet another developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. He does have a new game. I still haven't updated the fucking link. I need to sort that out. But ladies and gentlemen, go and check out Scope Creep on Steam. It's yet another kind of 1-bit-ish game. Really cool stuff. Support our fellow developers. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy and I'm working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Demo releasing tomorrow. Fucking insane. And look at this. Is that not a bit of an achievement, eh? Is that not a bit of an achievement? My game was above Soma, Repo and Resident Evil. Even chess. Technically speaking, I beat the like most classic game ever made for a few moments. Not too shabby, not too shabby. But yeah, if anyone is interested in the game, here's a little teaser for ya. There we have it. Demo releasing tomorrow, so make sure to hit that wishlist button. Dreamer, welcome in, man. Vex, good to see ya. Frostcross Studios, how you doing? Dan, congrats, Chappy. Thank you very much, Hard-Coded. Very nice. Yeah, it was kinda crazy. I was literally fucking shaking here watching him play the game. Shroud of Gloom officially bigger than chess? I mean, you know what? It's technically correct. Like, technically speaking, at least for a moment, my game was bigger than chess on Twitch.tv. Stream muted, looks overseas Chirpy highlighting 1.9 thousand views on Resident Evil. Didn't he do this like 15 minutes ago? Boomtrout, this is what I'm gonna do all day. I am never letting this go. This is going to be my new wallpaper on my desktop and my phone. I am going to print this and put it on my wall. That's what I'm gonna do. Jotson, welcome in, man. Wishlisted, you got this. Thank you very much, Hart. Did he like it? He did. He actually seemed to enjoy it quite a lot. Got some proper good clips out of it as well. I think one of the jump scares in the game almost broke his back, so that was pretty funny. And yeah, he still seems interested in playing the full game, so I'm gonna make sure he gets his hands on that when it comes out. And yeah, his community seemed to enjoy it as well. I got a lot of good comments on the game from the chat too, so like overall it was a really nice experience. And you know, me being a big fan of his as well, it was just I was very honored to have him play the game. Damn, it's tomorrow, hype? Yeah, it's getting close, man. There definitely were a few things I realized that we can improve on with the game, which is basically what I'm trying to do today. Just finish up those small little final tweaks for the public demo, but overall I'm actually feeling quite good about where the game is at. Beating Star Citizen for 880 million less initial spend, yeah. Could you advise on any course to begin your journey in Unity? I haven't actually done too many courses myself. What I do know, do I still have the command? I know that CodeMonkey, a YouTuber, he actually made like a 4-hour course or something completely for free. And overall, I've watched his videos quite a lot. I think he's a really cool guy. So if you want to learn more about Unity, I definitely recommend CodeMonkey. Appropriately, a Portuguese person as well, Portuguese developer. It's all in English though, to be clear. Yeah, he has a 2D beginner free complete course, which is 5.5 hours long. And yeah, overall I think his stuff is really good, so if you want to learn Unity stuff, I highly recommend him. There's also Brakis has a lot of good stuff on YouTube, but he doesn't do Unity anymore, so a lot of his videos are a bit older. But at the same time, a lot of it is probably still up to date, I would imagine. And then of course, if you ever have any questions or you need help with something, feel free to ask in the Discord as well. Can I also boast a little? Of course, Fullbox. You don't even need to ask. You are one of the people who have the what should you call it? Like the exception, the permission to boast however much you want. Hey Chappy, good luck with the demo release tomorrow. Thank you so much, Bob Torto. Appreciate ya. Gotta remember to add the final breaking bug in the demo build, as is tradition. Yeah, that's a little bit what I'm scared of. Like, I don't wanna touch like the biggest systems too much, as in case something breaks. That would end me, man. That would actually end me. Unity Learn have their own website. It's free and got me started. Yeah, I've heard quite a lot of good things about the Unity learning things as well. I never tried it myself, but I've heard good things about it. I need cheese. What is up, CubeSat? How you doing, man? Good to see you again. What do we have here? 5 games made in Godot to inspire you by stay-at-home dev. Look at this shit. Look at this guy. Oh, well, I was just gonna say, did he not link the games? But he did indeed. We have a little comment from Foolbots here as well. How long is this? 4 minutes? Let's check it out. If it wants to load, that is.
What happens when you strip away button mashing and focus purely on strategic risk-taking? Loot Bane...
Gotta go, have fun, and all the best for the demo release tomorrow. I wishlisted it, but to play it, you have to give me a cheat code so I don't get jump scared. For a little bit, I actually implemented a safe mode for my localizers, so that they could playtest and check all the strings and stuff without having to worry too much. But probably not gonna be in the full game. But you'll be fine, T-Bad. You can do it. I need your review, so you know what? You gotta do it, man. You gotta get through it. I believe in you. I made spaghetti. I have no cheese. I'm just eating plain spaghetti, no carbonara sauce. Damn.
delivers a challenging RPG where every decision matters and your loot defines your power. Build a warband of followers whose abilities create devastating synergies as you navigate changing regions from peaceful grasslands to volcanic wastelands. Tension arises from dungeon diving, where you face a constant choice.
That's kind of cool too.
Cash out with your current treasure, or risk it all by going deeper for legendary rewards. Each floor multiplies your potential gains, but makes enemies
True game dev meal.
Genuine stakes, where one wrong move erases everything. Corporate space management gets a clever twist in Astro Architect, where building your station depends on the votes of your workers rather than simple resource gathering. Your employees vote based on their needs and the station's current state, making each playthrough unpredictable. You'll be placing corridors, separating noisy workstations from living quarters, and managing everything from logistics.
Damn, this seems very complex too. But it seems like a deep game.
Drones to promotions. The challenge comes from your CEO.
Oh no, Astro Architect is stealing my target audience. This looks so cute. It looks really nice.
Impossible deadlines and void periods when buildings stop functioning entirely. Choose your corporation wisely because it shapes your entire development path in this uniquely democratic take on city building. Sometimes the most heartwarming games have the
This looks like it could have been point and click. Not sure yet, but
Kinder Finders put you in an after-school club dedicated to helping townspeople find their lost belongings, and it's exactly as wholesome
oh no, is it a hidden object game?
as it sounds.
Which I guess you could argue a lot of the time is point and click too, but there's a slight difference here.
Drawn art, you'll explore 6 unique locations, complete 33 quests, and earn badges for your kindness and ability to search. The remix mode adds replay value by scrambling item locations, giving you a fresh experience every time you play. It's
exactly. It seems like a proper hidden object game.
The joy of helping others. Fighting wandering spirits while harvesting their
Look at that! Scope Creep by Foolbots Studio, Q1 2026. Let's fucking go! Look at this guy, look at this guy.
Sounds intense, but Scope Creep takes a more thoughtful approach. This incremental game focuses on delving deeper into mysterious voids, uncovering secrets buried in shadows, and building your power.
They're so fucking polished, man.
The combat stays simple and addictive rather than overwhelming, letting you focus on progression and discovery. With a
Hard-coded, thank you very much for the follow.
moody ambient soundtrack setting the tone, Scope Creep promises short but meaningful sessions where each dive into the darkness reveals something new about the world and your growing abilities. And before we get to our last spot, congrats to last week's winner. My card is better than your card. Be sure to vote for your favorite in the
Oh wait, can you vote for this?
comments to have them included in this year's Gato Game Awards. And like last year, just because
Can I vote somewhere?
the game doesn't win its week, it doesn't mean it can't be included in the awards. Inspired by Japan's real cat islands, this cozy pixel art game
that's
puts you
cool
in
art
charge
as well.
of transforming a tiny train platform into a thriving feline paradise. Cat Isle's management mechanics center around understanding your cat residents. From those
You can vote with the comments.
craving fresh sashimi to others preferring tea and sunny naps. You'll run shops, decorate buildings with plants and lights, and carefully balance supply and demand while managing the quirks of cat customers. With 4 themed levels offering 2 to 4 hours of gameplay each, Cat Isle encourages you to slow down, observe your cats exploring and playing, and find joy in the simple act of creation.
Good shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Number 3, number 4. Okay. I get it. So, obviously we're gonna go number 4. So hyped for scope creep. Looks amazing. Then we're gonna throw in a little, very appropriate fire emoji. Let's go. Go and check out the link here, people. Make sure to vote for scope creep. Show some support to our fellow developers, as always. Oh no. No. That is not good. I made a new short on YouTube. I posted it on TikTok as well. I thought it was a little bit fun. Working on a demo for my point-and-click horror game, and I just implemented the most requested feature. This was not some complex monster AI or some intricate puzzle, no. It was the ability to flush the toilet. If you also want to flush the toilet, then make sure to wishlist Shroud of Gloom on Steam. It would mean a lot to me, because I'm working on a demo for my point-and-click
There we have
it. Perfect fucking loop as well. And I just got a comment. You should add the ability to turn on the sink. You actually can't do that. Fuck. But if you want to show some support on this as well, here's the link. Did you submit the game somewhere, or did you just pick it up randomly? Yeah, that's a good question. I submitted, but I did the same with my previous game and never got picked up. Okay. So I don't know how he actually chooses them. I'm working on... He did it, absolute madman. Yeah, Mother Sheep was actually one of the people who requested this. Plumber of Gloom, yeah, exactly. No, but it was kind of funny, like, unironically, it was one of my most requested features in the game. Now I got a Swedish comment here. Fucking raised hand emoji? Sure. You should add the ability to turn on the sink. Shit, I forgot about that one. Game of the fucking year right here. It was nothing without the toilet flushing mechanic. Next, you're gonna tell us how you implement the ability to turn the tap in the sink. Please do. Oh my god. Now everyone wants a sink! No! Oh fuck. Why did I do this? I mean, you can... The bath sink you can try to turn on. The normal sink is completely uninteractable. Oh, fucking hell. That is funny. Add the ability to run your sink, then wash your hands. Then if you flush, open the sink and wash your hands. Close the sink, you get the achievement. That would be quite fun. Yeah, get an achievement or something for doing the full process. Exactly. Oh my god. This is outrageous. There we go. Thanks to anyone showing some support on that video. I truly do appreciate it. I think it's one of my more, you know, I actually tried to put a little bit of effort into this short, so I hope it does well. I don't know how it's doing on TikTok at the moment. I did post it on TikTok as well. It seems to be doing almost the same. 700 views at the moment. 23 likes. Yeah, looks to be performing similarly at the moment. Damn, the one about Portuguese localization though, almost hitting 90k. Not too shabby. Here's the link for the TikTok as well, if you wanna check that out. Sync update incoming. I might actually have to do it now. You should run with it. People love follow-up clips. Yeah. No, actually not too shabby of an idea. There is an issue though. I mean, because the thing is that it might be the case that the water is just not working. Because you won't get water here. Here is not even interactable. I guess I could do it the same thing. Maybe. Because, and now you might be like, oh, that's weird, so why does the toilet work? But let's be honest here, a toilet actually has a container. Which means that even if the water stopped working, like later on, the water still in the container should always be there. Well, technically that's unrealistic then, because theoretically I could keep flushing this for infinity. At some point it should run out. But this is a game, so I'm just gonna call it a day. Maybe I should pre-warm this. Wait. It felt like that it took a long time for it to start dripping. Right? 1. Maybe I should pre-warm that one. I don't have the TikTok, but I got you on YouTube. Thank you very much, Frostcore. It's so crazy that your niche European Portuguese knowledge is the reason for your most viral marketing video. Yeah, it kind of is, man. And like that video is the reason why Want ended up picking up the game, which is, you know, so far and probably for a long time going to be the most viewed stream of my game. Like, it is something, I didn't mention this earlier, it does feel a little bit crazy since, especially on YouTube, I've always had a little bit of a... I don't know, I've always been a little bit... Like, I've been very aware of the fact that I'm like jumping between niches, and I know that generally speaking that's a bad thing to do on a platform like YouTube. So this was a very cool moment because it kind of ended up being the one point where both my like previous like language content and that type of stuff, like my language ventures and my game dev ventures, like actually coincided, which is pretty cool. Like, this would never have happened if I didn't start studying European Portuguese. Because if I wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have added the localization. If I wouldn't have done that, I couldn't have made the TikTok. And if I didn't make the TikTok, then Want would have never seen it, right? It's kind of crazy, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna try to pre-warm this one to see if that makes any difference. I just got a distro DM from a spammer. Hey Mud, next fest coming up soon. Yeah, it just ended. What the fuck, man? Life works in mysterious ways. It really does. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Mothersheep is yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. I've been enjoying his streams a lot recently, so make sure to go and check him out. He's currently working on his game, Faith in Despair, which has a release date of 12th of November. It's coming really soon. So make sure to go and wishlist the game, play the demo, show some support. I really wanted to play your demo for the next fest. I've had it in my library for a long time, been meaning to play it. I'll try and make sure to do it as soon as I release my demo. Yeah, the game looks really nice. It's like a deck builder where you get to like customize the cards and stuff. It's really cool stuff, looks really well polished. It still feels like... Do I have some delay or something for this to start? Now I even pre-warmed it, but it still feels like when I walk up here... It feels like it almost takes like 3 seconds before it starts dripping. I don't know if I can be bothered at the moment. Yeah, that all looks fine. Okay. I think I'm happy with that so far. Let's do a commit. Blood attic blood. Sure. What else? What else? This is gonna be stuff we do tomorrow. I mean, potentially I'll do the final build now. It would be nice to get this up early, because I have already contacted content creators. Make the attic hatch more noticeable. Dunzo. Number lock would be really good. There is one other thing. Clicking items accidentally drag them. Clicking items slightly too long accidentally drag them. Like, I noticed this happening a bit when Want was playing as well. What's the original song name? I'm completely positive I know this from some game. You mean the music we're listening to right now? It is all the soundtrack from Binding of Isaac. What I noticed is that sometimes when people try to pick up items, I think they click a little bit too long. Yeah, which does this. You end up trying to drag the item. And, you know, I made this system to like reorganize your inventory. But if you try to drag something outside, it lets go of the item. Because the issue with keeping it that way is that I noticed that some people would, like, for example, try to charge the flashlight by, instead of clicking and clicking, they would try to drag this out. So I made it automatically, like, let go of the item to, you know, be very clear that you're not supposed... When you do interactions, you're not supposed to drag them. The issue is that I feel like I need some buffer here. Because now it seems like it's like too easy to accidentally trigger a drag instead of picking it up. So that might even be a priority. It's good, Chappy. I remember I almost missed the attic entrance in my playthrough, so it will surely help. I think so as well, and like, because it's been a lot of people that have missed it, and I think that is really bad, because what ends up happening is that people miss the hatch, and then when they find the key, they have to start looking for the hatch. But we want them to find the obstacle and then the solution, right? You don't want them to find the solution and then go, I wonder where the obstacle is. Like, that doesn't feel as good. What's that UI program you were interacting with Git, Chappy? It is a GitHub Desktop, is what I use. Seems really convenient. I've never tried anything else. I know you can do a lot of stuff like, you can do kind of through code in your IDE or something, right? But this just seemed very simple for my little brain. So, works well for me. I like it. I keep getting the temptation to play Binding of Isaac while here. It's good music, man, and the game is fucking fantastic. Definitely one of my favorite games of all time. Added so many fallbacks for my inventory dragging and drop-in, even depending on drag distance and stuff. I think it's something like that I might actually need to do. But I don't know. Don't know how tricky that would be to sort out. It's like, I assume this all happens in the inventory item script. Like this one has I interactable, so that's when you click on it. But then I also have the drag handlers. And I don't know what to do here really. On begin drag. This is item drag is set to true. Like, I guess I would check how... I don't really know. Because I understand that it would be something like making sure that it kind of like you said that, Mother Sheep. Like it must either have been dragged a certain distance, or you need to have held down on it for a certain amount of time. Well, technically, holding down doesn't trigger drag, does it? If I don't move my cursor and I click down, I'm going to select the item, right? Like, if I click down, hold, and then release, then I actually select the item. So yeah, dragging doesn't trigger until you actually move the mouse. So I guess... distance does kind of work, but I don't know exactly how to check this. Or... no, that's gonna be weird. I was gonna say, what if you drag it outside, what if we automatically select the item instead of letting go? But then what happens when you drag inspectable items? That could get messy, because you can't select an inspectable item. Did you see this as a issue in playtest? Just curious? Yes. Like, I've noticed it happening quite a few times while Vuant was playing, and I've seen it a few times on other playtesters as well. Like, this is one of those things that it almost never happens to me, but I think it could very well be that I just have like a innate muscle memory for this, that, you know, it just doesn't happen. Whereas I've noticed that for some people this happens quite a bit. And I think that gets a little bit... I don't know, it doesn't feel good, right?
Ah, ok. É só tempo. Só que o martelo dá para fazer aqui alguma coisa?
But do you see that?
Vamos aqui, peraí. Desligar a lanterna. Então, mas se eu desligar a lanterna... não se vê nada, mano. Só que o martelo dá para fazer aqui alguma coisa?
Boom. The first time he tries to take the hammer, he actually drags it and he lets go. So he has to go back and drag it again. And I feel like it's a very small thing. It's not like the... like, I don't think someone is gonna like... I imagine that you learn this after a while. I think very few would like rage quit the game because of it, right? But I also think it would be a very nice polish thing to make sure that this doesn't happen. But I'm a little bit confused as to how I would do it. And I don't want to like accidentally mess this up before the demo. Like, I don't have time to mess up the game at this moment. Yeah, that's tricky. It is. I think it's when people are very quick, right? I think that's what it boils down to. Like when people try to very quickly grab out an item, it's more likely that they are gonna, rather than click and then drag out, they're gonna like click and drag at the same time, and that kinda triggers the on-begin drag. I really want to support it in a way, kind of like coyote times jumps, yeah. But maybe what I could do is just check if the item is on begin drag. No, on drag. Yeah, if the inventory grid is not hovered, then I end the drag, which does all of this stuff. This will deselect it. What if I have... what if I would have another one here? To override that and do something like... select dragged item. So at least then what we could do is check if you're trying to drag a inventory item out of the inventory, then that will select the item, stop the dragging. Just we can't do it with inspectable items, but for this it could work. Is there a reason why it shows dragging it out instead of one click to select it? No, because I didn't choose that. The way you select the item is to one click them. The issue is that I implemented a system to drag the items to reorganize your inventory. And the issue becomes if someone is very quick and they do a one click but cannot drag the mouse at the same time, that ends up triggering the drag instead of the click, so you don't actually select the item. But I feel like this kind of could fix. Like we put in this little disclaimer to make sure, I don't even know if I need it, but why not? Select, do I need to trigger that again? No. And then we would say, is item drag should now be set to false. Show item as selected we still want to do. We don't want to affect the selected item here, but instead what we want to do is to select the item, which I guess is what I do. Item, selected item, inventory item, dot selected item. If item is dragged, return. Otherwise, I basically want to treat this function, don't I? But I don't want this to happen. We should never be able to inspect... Does that matter? No, just then as soon as you would drag an item out, you would accidentally inspect it. That's gonna feel weird, I think. So, when we trigger this, if you stop hovering the inventory grid, then before you end the drag, we do a little check if the... do I have like a... How do I know what item is dragged? On begin dragged. Get sibling, is item dragged through show as selected. What is the... Oh, it's this item, right. The item I'm currently on. So can I use this here? No, I check if item. Item dot interaction type. If item dot interaction type is equal to usable, if you go outside of the grid with a usable item, then I instead want to select it. Show item as selected true would already be true. Amount minus minus, that doesn't happen when I move though, does it? I think the safest thing would be to trigger this again. So if we basically grab all of this, and then we do a private void, select this item. We paste all of this code in here. When you click to interact, we want to select this item. And now we can check if you were dragging a usable item outside, then we want to select it. Could this work potentially? Oh, wait. Select this. No. Select dragged item. Yeah, no, I need to do that. Select dragged item. So we need to make sure to set this to false. And then I want to select this item. Maybe. It could work. Okay. Everything seems to be working normally. If I drag the journal outside, I'm going to let go of it. But if I drag the light bulb outside, it is now selected. Oh, I don't like the sound. Why am I triggering another sound effect? Oh, this doesn't close the inventory now. Okay. Think we can make this work. I'm gonna snooze this ad. I feel like we are onto something here. Why does the inventory not close? Shouldn't that happen here? If item is dragged... Did I set that before triggering the thing? Because that is gonna be fairly important. On drag, inventory grid is hovered. If it's not hovered and we're using a usable, then I want to select the drag item and oh, I'm not triggering on end drag, am I? Do I need to do that? No, I shouldn't need to do that. Select dragged item. Selected item is not it. Oh, selected item is null here. Okay. Do I need to get rid of this? But wait, I did still trigger select this item. Oh, and then what we're gonna do, I guess I play a sound effect here, don't I? If usable, select item... No, where do I trigger the sound effect? How does the sound effect get triggered again? I shouldn't ever reach this code. Oh, does this automatically trigger on end drag as well? And this plays the sound effect? That could be the case. Okay, so we're gonna debug log end drag and see if that is what's triggering. Probably the sound effect of it selecting. I'm just a bit confused because where the fuck do I trigger that sound effect? Was that on here? No. And where... Interact. This is what happens when you click on it. Select this item. Or is it the inventory manager? Do you trigger this? No, because I'm just setting a variable here. Wait, if selected item is not equal to null. Wait. Do I have a selected item here? Wait, when you drag, do you set the selected item? No, you only show it as... No, you do. No, that's on the cursor, so that's different. Yeah, we don't do anything with the selected item, so that shouldn't be the case. Select item event. On selection. Select item. Okay. We trigger it here. It's through the event. How much do I care? I could pass in a parameter, defaulted to true, to play the sound effect. Why am I even playing the sound effect from there? Yeah, no, I think that's the real issue. Why is the inventory manager playing this sound effect? Oh, I don't want to get too deep into this, I just want to make it work. Because I cringe a little bit whenever this happens. Okay, I don't think we technically are going to trigger on end drag. Oh, let me actually check that first, because that could still end up being an issue. No, because selected item will be set to something, which means that we're gonna return. So we should never trigger that one. If I do this and I drag outside, yeah. Yeah, that double sound effect feels odd. And then we also have the issue of this not closing the inventory, which why is that not happening? Okay, I'm gonna snooze one more out here. Let's do the classic debug log as the... Yeah, I do that one sometimes. That does happen as well. Select this item. Select item event. Oh wait, it's a different one, isn't it? That's like... It's something where if I stop hovering... Oh yeah, the issue... Ah, fuck, that is tricky. That is tricky. The issue is that the inventory itself checks if you have an item selected when you drag outside of it. If that's the case, then close the inventory. The issue now is that we don't set the selected item until you drag outside. So we have like a execution order problem here. Why couldn't I do this manually though? Whenever you call select dragged item. Can we not be a bit cheeky and just call it the inventory? Is that not an instance? Can I do something in the inventory manager? No, because this is just the logic behind it. Wait. If inventory grid is not hovered, you do this. But at that point, is item dragged is going to be true. Okay. So we jump over to the inventory and we check where does this happen. This is getting a bit messy, but we're gonna try it. Okay, dog, welcome in, man. Where did your Giga mug go? It's right here. What are you talking about? Always gotta have the big old mug. How you doing, okay, dog? I hope you're doing okay, dog. So fucking dumb. I am ashamed of myself. I am truly ashamed of myself as a human being. Anyway. Is grid hovered, blah blah blah. If the grid is not hovered and the is open, and if the selected item is not equal to null. Okay, so this is going to be tricky. We are going to do and if either the selected item is not equal to null, or if inventory item dot item is dragged. If that is the case, and if... Oh wait, I don't know what item is dragged though, do I? How do I know what item is dragged? This is static. I don't have reference to like what item is dragged. What if I make that? What if I have another reference to the item which is dragged so I could check it? Because I need to know whether this is usable, because if it's not usable I shouldn't close the inventory. Like in case you're dragging your inspectable item. If item is dragged... And yeah, I need to know if the dragged item is usable. Fuck it. Public static item dragged item. Okay, let's make sure to not fuck this up. Whenever we do something with is item dragged, on pointer enter. If is item dragged, okay, sure. On pointer exit, sure. On begin drag, is item dragged equals true, which means that dragged item equals item. On drag, we don't have to do anything, because it's already set up. When we set this to false, we're going to say that dragged item equals null. I hope that isn't gonna cause an issue. On end drag, we are also going to say that dragged item equals false. No, is equal to null. Yes. Nothing else with dragged item here, I suppose. I think that should be it. So now in the inventory, we can check if a item is dragged and if inventory... Sorry guys, I think we have some ads coming up. I couldn't skip this one. Appreciate your patience. And if the dragged item dot interaction type is equal to usable. That is the longest fucking if statement I have ever seen, and I don't give a shit. Unless I have an error, then I do give a shit. Do I need another one of those? Stat. So many of those. Only bad thing is that Curie only brews up to 10 O's. I have no idea how much that is. I have absolutely no clue. Ounces? Is that an ounce? No. I am way too European for this. It's okay, Chappy. Twitch needs the ads money to improve TwitchCon security. You know what? That is kind of a fast statement. Can't really deny it. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Wait, what am I even doing here? Oh yeah, we're making sure that the inventory closes. So if I drag this, everything is fine. If I click on it, we open it. If we add some more thingies here, if I drag this, I can move you around. Everything is fine. If I drag this outside, we just let go of it. If I drag this outside, I can now no longer select it. Oh, that one kind of worked. Okay, we're not selecting the item properly, it seems like. Oh, fuck. Am I in too deep? Open inventory false. Did we? Wait. That's the thing we tried to do. Let's make sure. Did that work? Did we close the inventory? Yes, we did. Right? Kabali, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Yeah. The inventory closes, and this looks... But yeah, it's not selected. Because in that case, I wouldn't be able to click here. So, for some reason, we are currently not selecting the item. We should... Let's see, what happens here is that we trigger this. Select dragged item. Item is dragged false, dragged item null. And then we trigger select this item. If item is dragged, we return. But that shouldn't be the case, because we have already set that to false. Selected item equals... Oh... Wait a second. Oh no, I'll check if you already have something selected. That should be fine. This should trigger. Interaction type should be correct. Usable. Select item. Show as selected. Minus amount. Update amount. Hide the string. Why is this not working? Should be on the bottom of the mug. Yeah, but I don't think we would use... I have nothing on the bottom of mine. I don't think we would use that measurement to begin with. I think that's the issue. It's like 280 grams. Okay. Well, that one qualifies as a war crime, that is for sure. At least break the line. Wait, what do you mean, crit? 300 milliliters? Okay. Ads should be over. Why is this not working? The item is not being selected. Didn't it get selected before? So that one works fine. That still seems fine. But here the item is technically not selected. And everything kind of breaks for a second. Oh, I need to... Oh! Wait. Do I need to do something that I do in on-end drag? Is that it? If item is not dragged, return. Is item dried false? Dried item null. Show item as selected false. I shouldn't need to do that. Is item dried false? Dried item null. Select this item. Why is this not working? Debug logs. This should trigger. Shouldn't have something to do with the inventory stuff. That should be fine. Talking about that statement longer than the Bible? Oh, fair enough. That is still fine. If I drag you, it closes. Yeah, you don't get selected, but I did trigger... It did trigger. Wait, did it trigger twice or did I do it twice? Oh, no. You didn't get triggered. There you trigger. Okay. Something... Is item... item was radio. If selected item is item, return. Selected item was item, yo. We have a few return statements there that could cause this. No, but it has to be the first one, because otherwise nothing triggers. Am I not calling this function? No, select this item. Or is this failing? If the inventory grid is not hovered on end drag. Ah, no. We set it to false here. Wait, is that messing this up? Because this didn't trigger before. No, but that should be the same. That should be the same. If you are usable, select dragged item and return. And then triggers select this item. I'm a bit confused here. What is up, Camarao? How you doing, man? Did you hear the fucking news, man? Did you hear the news? Do you know who played my demo yesterday? Fucking Want ended up playing the game. Is that not pretty fucking cool? Don't want to be that guy, but you don't want to use debugger with that one. But don't you want to use a debugger with that one? I'm using debug logs. Is that not the same thing? I don't think I've ever used the debugger. Okay, that's fine. Is nothing of this triggering? Nothing. How is that possible? How is that possible? Oh, is this already... No? What? Okay, we might have to end up just reverting this and saying, fuck it, I don't know how to solve this. We don't have an infinite amount of time, and I can't introduce new bugs. But I don't understand. Nothing. Nothing. What is happening? I was just DMing you, congratulating you. Cheers, man. What was his reaction to the game? Overall, really good. He seemed to enjoy it. He seemed interested in playing the full game, so I'm gonna make sure he gets that as well. His community seemed quite receptive to the game too. Item is not equal to null, or if item is not dragged. This shouldn't be the case yet. Why is nothing triggering? Is it because of this? Because this on drag must be triggered. It has to be. Okay. On begin drag. you do that. I think I have some like issue where I'm trying to do multiple things from multiple places here. Okay. Do I have time for this? How bad is this bug? It's slightly annoying. It's like I would like to fix it. And keep in mind to try it after release, it allows you to go live through your code line by line and sneak peek on every variable values. Very easy and effective. Probably something I should look into. What's going on? Explain it to the rubber duck. Basically, I have this weird bug where I have, for my inventory items, I have two different systems. You can select an item by clicking on it, but you can also drag it by moving it to move it around in the inventory. And those are separate, right? The issue is that to make sure that people understand that you need to click on an item to select it, I made it so that when you try to drag it outside, you automatically like deselect the item to show that if you want to use it, this is not what you're supposed to do. The issue is that sometimes, if someone is very quick when they click on it to select it, they might accidentally trigger the drag function instead. So I was trying to make something where if you're dragging a usable item out of the inventory, fuck it, let's just select it for the player. And I don't know, I've done a bunch of stuff here and now I don't understand what's going on. I think this could be the issue. What happens if I don't trigger this? What if I never close the inventory? The thing is that, you know, obviously now I have less than 24 hours until the release. So I just feel like I can't put... Yeah, this got selected. That is properly selected. And if I do a inspectable item, we just deselect it, because you can't use it like that anyway. I can still drag it here. I can select them normally. We still get the second sound effect, which is a little bit annoying, but it's not the end of the world. And what happens if I have more? Let's see, I have 6 batteries. Drag you out, we now have 5, which means that when I deselect you, we go back to 6. Okay. So we get double sound effects, but overall it seems to be working. So something is happening where closing the inventory messes this up. Did I fail my... Inventory is item drag, inventory item drag is equal to usable. If you're dragging an item and it is usable, then we want to close the inventory. Why is this fucking up the... So it must be because this gets set to false before, which means that none of this code triggers. That must be it. Which means that if we take this code back, and then after this statement, we put a debug log, this is going to trigger instead. I think it's the is grid hovered is the one that gets messed up. Oh, but I don't need to check that. I could just check... Oh wait, that means that the inventory grid should be set to hovered. That makes no sense. So you have both click, click and drag at the same time? Yeah, kind of. Blue Cactus AI, welcome in, man. So like dragging is supposed to be for this, right? In case you want to like reorganize your inventory. That's the full purpose of it. To be fair, I could also just say fuck it and remove that system, because I haven't actually seen anyone reorganize their inventory. That could be the other way to solve it. Okay, so if I drag you, I trigger that one. But now I trigger that one constantly, right? There I still end up selecting it. Oh, I didn't save the other crowd. Ah, okay, okay. I see, I see. Everton Dev, Evertoon Dev, welcome in, man. Thank you for the follow. Okay, how much time can I put into this? That is the question. I think the inventory grid is covered. Is there something else I could check? Because I think for some reason this... Ah. No. Inventory grid is not hovered. Well, this should trigger afterwards. I'm so fucking confused as to what is happening here. Welcome in, Evertoon. How you doing? Lion, good to see you as well. Okay. The other solution is to just say fuck it and say that you can no longer drag items. I don't think I've seen a single playtester actually reorganize their inventory. Partly probably because I never teach it. So that's working. That's working. That does not work. That does not trigger anything. It doesn't even trigger on end drag, does it? Or does it? Because otherwise maybe we can do this check in end drag. How's the demo going? So far so good. I'm feeling pretty good about it, just trying to do some final tweaks here for the public release. No, end drag is not being triggered either. What is happening here? This is not being triggered. I don't think this is being triggered. But am I still dragging the item? Is that what's happening? Am I forever dragging this item? Looking well, cheers man. Use a debugger. I have never used a debugger. You're not the first one to say it here. I don't even know how to use the debugger. I wouldn't even know where to start. No, I don't continuously drag either. I get put into some weird limbo here. And for some reason it has to do with closing the inventory. Which the only thing that could be is if I'm setting... Oh. Oh wait, this becomes some weird loop, doesn't it? If you're trying to close it, we set is hovered to false. But this is what's triggering the on... I get some weird loop here. Why am I doing that? That's a bit weird. I just add logs everywhere and hope for the best. Yep, that's kind of my strat here too. Okay, I don't know if I need to give up on this. I feel like I can't waste too much time on this here. Preferably, I should try and do a little bit of marketing today as well. I'm actually legitimately starting to lean towards just saying fuck it and getting rid of the entire drag system. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. I mean, I somewhat liked the drag system, but at the same time, I don't know if I've seen anyone actually use it. So I don't know if it would be a problem to just say fuck it and remove it. Just let him try, just do the red dot, press attach to Unity and just play. What is up, Froston? How you doing? Be consistent in item manipulation. Yeah, that's kind of a fair point as well. Would it be shit to make a toggle button for it? How do you mean? How do you mean a toggle button for it? Oh, do you mean like when you hover the item or something? Like it would show another button that you would click on to reorganize it or whatever? How easy is it to get rid of it? I guess I would just remove all of these functions that have to do with dragging. And then I no longer need to check for this either. I might do it. Better than yesterday, high chance of rain next few days, so was working outside. I'm glad to hear you're doing better though, man. No mechanic relies on drag other than reorganizing the inventory? No. There is no other place in the game where you use dragging. Which is something that people have wanted in certain places. They want to be able to drag, but it's one of those places where I feel like it gets tricky having to introduce a new mechanic, and I don't know if it's gonna have that big of an effect on the game in general. Right now, I don't think I'm gonna have actual dragging in the game. Because it becomes this weird design issue where if you have other drag interactions like in the actual world of the game, then you can easily start arguing that like half of the stuff in the game should be dragged, and I feel like it's very easy to end up on the route of scope creep. Even though it doesn't seem like a big thing, but I think it could have a big scope creep impact on the overall game. So, like the thing is that I don't mind allowing people to reorganize their inventory. I think that is a pretty nice, like, kind of quality of life feature to have. But with that being said, like I said before, I haven't really seen anyone actually use it. And I think the current bug we have, I think that one is worse than not being able to reorganize your inventory. Do you know what I mean? So what if we just revert all of this and then we say, fuck it, you can no longer reorganize stuff? Did I change anything else? All of this has to do with dragging, right? I think so. If you select an item and it's held, wouldn't that basically be a drag when reorganizing? Yes, but what happens with an item you can't select? That's kind of where the issue comes into play instead. Because a inspectable item cannot be selected, right? Like clicking on an inspectable item will open the item. So that ends up feeling a bit weird because now you can reorganize, but you always have to pick a selectable item to move over a inspectable item. You can never do vice versa, which ends up feeling very odd. Yeah, I think I'm gonna revert this. What do I do? Discard changes, right? If you have to decide, I would go with disabling it. The annoyance of something doesn't work any much stronger than having the convenience of reorganizing, in my honest opinion. I think so too. Does right-clicking do anything to items in inventory? Right-click only has one function in the game, which is to deselect an item you currently have selected. Especially if players didn't know it was ever an option. Yeah. I mean, I did put it into one of my update logs for the playtesters, but still, if I'm just trying to think back on all the like playtesting footage I have, straight off the top of my mind, I can't remember anyone ever actually reorganizing their inventory. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. If there's any playtesters in the chat and you ever tried, let me know, but to right-click be inspect in that case? I don't think so. That feels too inconsistent for me. Because then that becomes like the one time where you use the right button, and then like the only... I feel like that would introduce a greater risk of people not understanding how to inspect items. Because they see a journal and they're gonna keep trying to left click on it, and then it doesn't open. So you go, oh, I guess I should use this somewhere. And then you like, you know, just brush that off. Because you also have to figure out like, how would I teach this to the player? It becomes a bit more complex there. I can't just do a simple like one sentence hint on how to use how to select or inspect items. Which also would mean that I need to change the localized string in 12 different languages in 22.5 hours. I think we're gonna discard all of this. So does that change immediately? What did I do? Inventory item? Yeah, it does. Nice. And then we're gonna discard this as well. Okay. Now compile and double check that everything is working. So now we should be back as per usual. Yeah. Now any item you try to drag out, you deselect. Clicking on that one will inspect it. Clicking on this one will select it. Right clicking will deselect it. Everything seems fine. And then, oh, and we can double check that we still have the issue, but that should be the case. I think I'm just gonna disable the entire system. I think that is the way to go here. Just when this happens, but it doesn't feel like I clicked long enough to try and drag it. Fuck it, we're doing it. I still need the eye pointer, enter and exit. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna select begin drag, drag handler, end drag. I'm gonna cut all of you, put you at the end, and then comment you out. Is item dragged? Fuck off. I shouldn't even need... This all has to do with dragging. So we're gonna disable you guys as well. I'm gonna comment that out. I'm gonna keep the code in here in case I wanna re-implement this later on. On point enter exit we still want to have, but we want to comment this out. On begin drag, on end drag, on drag. Goodbye. Okay. Check if that works. No errors. But I changed it now so that you select item on click. So what happens? Yeah, that just... No, you don't select it. But if I hold down and then click, I do. So now I can hold down, I can drag around. Oh yeah, I can go away from it as long as I let go. No, okay, I need to click on you. I could drag you outside. As long as I let go on this item, I'm going to select it. I think this is better, because now, if you're too quick, what happens is that you don't even pick up the item. Or specifically for these, I could make it trigger on pointer down instead. That is another option. Specifically for these. Highlight system is still working. Because now the good thing is this is still better. No wait, the inventory didn't close before either. Just let go of it. Because now if I try to drag this out, nothing happens. So wait. What if I keep... What if I keep the on begin drag? And that does the same thing. What if on begin drag selects the item? Wait. I can trigger this from my own code in here, can't I? Even though that's from a... Can I trigger iInteractable.interact inside of this? No. Can I trigger interact? No. Is there a way for me to just trigger this function? Suppose this eliminates any accidental drags, and since no one used it, it won't be missed. Also a consistency thing. Yeah, I don't feel too shabby about this. I kinda want this to be triggered on either on pointed down, because now the issue is that dragging doesn't do anything. Like you don't even so instead of selecting the item and accidentally letting go, you won't even select it. I feel like this could almost give kind of the same issue. The issue here though is that I use my inventory items. I still use my interactable. But what we could do here Because we have I pointed click, which I use for everything. I could just decide that specifically for inventory items, it's gonna happen on pointed down. That would be possible. Just do like an enum defaulted to on pointed click. Add a little on pointed down in here, where we basically do the same thing. Either that, or I make... if this is only going to be used for inventory items, I feel like it would be better to use it, to do it in here. But then you might be able to trigger this twice, which would be an issue. Because then you're gonna get this. But I do need this function because I have the extra logic for it. Fuck it. Interactable. Public enum interaction type. Trigger. Trigger type. Trigger. What? Trigger type. Why does that happen? What is happening here? Public enum. Is this not how I do it? On pointer click, on pointer down. What am I missing here? Public enum. What am I doing wrong? Enum item key type. Oh, I can't name it. On pointer click, on pointer down. Do you need to be public? You don't need to be public. Wait, can I have private enums? I can. Private enum, trigger type. Yeah, trigger type is the name. And then we want a trigger type. I'm just gonna call this trigger, which is always going to be defaulted to on pointer click. Because that is what we're gonna use for 90% of things. And then inside of then we need to add I pointer down handler. We're gonna do a new, I guess this should be able to be private, right? Private void interact. Oh shit, I already have that one. So I guess this is more like try interact. We move this code in here instead. Fuck it. Wait, virtual void, why are you virtual? Not gonna care about that. Don't have time. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate code. Fuck it. Private void on pointer down. Pointer event data. Event data. I am just going to grab this and throw you in here. Should be fine. And then before anything, we need to check if the trigger is equal to on pointed click. Rather, we want to check if that is not the case. Then I would like to return. And here, if the trigger is not on pointed down, then I would like to return. Is that the best solution? No. Is it fine? Yes. We're gonna try it. Now, there should never be any issue with selecting your item. Unless I broke something else in the game, which is possible. Oh, wait, I need to change it. This type on the thingy though. Because now any interactable item, such as the closed hatch, you now have a trigger which is on pointer click. And then we're gonna go into our inventory item and go into this prefab, and we're gonna change you specifically will trigger on pointer down. Please work. Okay. These still happen on pointer up. Or on pointer click, rather. Oh yeah, on pointer click means you need to click on it and you need to release on it. On pointer up would mean that this would work. Yeah, that's fine. Everything seems okay. But yeah, that one now triggers on pointed down, which means that if I would try to drag this, I'm always going to select it. I think that is a GG. No matter how quickly you try to do this, you will always select the item. I think this is better. So you can now, if you try to drag it in here to reorganize, you're also going to select it. If you click on another one, you will switch to that item. That should work if you have a multiple as well. Yeah, we always keep 6 no matter what we do. And everything else is the same. Yeah. I think we're gonna do this. Interactable on on pointed down, and then removed item dragging. Fuck it, we're gonna commit this. That is a fix. Okay, it would be nice to solve this as well. I don't know, how much is that gonna affect my localization? That is the question. Okay, it's fine in English, Portuguese, Swedish. What about simplified Chinese? That sounds fine. Check. That one might need to change. Russian. German would have to change. I feel that would need to change. Code. Can we define code? What exactly is a code? A code doesn't necessarily need to be a number, does it? No, it's broader. Yeah, a system of words, letters, figures, or symbols used to represent others, especially for the purposes of secrecy. Yeah. So, basically what I'm considering here, I didn't mention this earlier, but if anyone else has come in and you don't know what I'm talking about, basically, I'm considering whether I should change this puzzle to, instead of displaying numbers, display letters. Oh shit, wait, is that a big refactor though? For like, just like the way the combination lock works. No. No. Right now I have 10 different numbers. All I actually need to do, everything, the code under the hood can still be numbers. I just need to change the sprites. As long as the sprites are different, everything should still work. I shouldn't technically need to touch the code whatsoever. Like, if I just make 0 be A or whatever instead, like, in the code it would say that the code would be like 0, 4, 5. But then the sprite will say fucking A, D, E or whatever. So that should still be fine. I shouldn't need to touch the code whatsoever for this. Why do you want to change it to letters instead? Basically for variety purposes. Because at the moment, the main issue I find is that I already have another puzzle in the game, which requires you to find a number. So it gets a little bit messy where there's like, oh, you need a few numbers here and you need a few numbers here, and then you need to figure out which numbers should go where. And I feel like it would be better to try and separate these, and maybe then instead have one being numbers, the other one being letters. Although the like underlying concept is basically exactly the same, at least it feels like there's some more variety. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, there's technically no reason whatsoever as to why I would change the code. All we need to do is just have letters here instead. Sure, what? I do this all the time. I think you should, right? That makes total sense. I mean, obviously I need to change the part where you find these numbers as well. Like, that needs to be letters too. But as long as I keep the indexes the same, it's not gonna be a difference. Aren't letters an issue due to localization? Not really. I don't think so. Because in that case, we talked before about having symbols instead. Wouldn't you then say that symbols... Like, in the end, a letter is just a symbol, isn't it? I don't necessarily for a code lock see the reason as to why the signs should be different in different languages. Does that make sense? Because as long as the hint to the solution shows you the same symbol, whether that's a number, letter, a localized value, or a random symbol, as long as that shows the same as where you need to do the input, even say that someone doesn't even understand the Latin alphabet or the Arabic alphabet, whatever you want to call it. Like, at that point it would be the same as just having random symbols, which was another thing that we had as an idea. To do, like, you know, star, diamond, square. So I don't think it should be... I don't think it should be an issue. Like, it doesn't have to be... Like, we could do square... It's just more difficult making these read well. Well, that would be like square, circle. I mean, I guess you could have even a plus sign, just a little bit weird. I guess you potentially could do like an X. Oh no, because it's technically one taller, so then it would be what, like... Oh, I guess you would do it like this. We could do something random too, but I don't necessarily see the reason why letters would be an issue here in terms of localization. I don't know, what do you think, guys? I think it would be fine. The main issue is that there's an item in the game potentially that is related to this, and that one has a name. So if that one is called something like number thing, then that doesn't make sense anymore. But I guess shouldn't be too tricky to change. There's only a few languages where we would have to change it anyway. Because if they call it something like code thingy, that would still work. Lock thingy still works. It's only if it's called number thing, that's when it gets a bit messy. Other puzzle games do this too. They try to not cross wires with solutions. So they try and only have one letter, number, shapes and symbols puzzle in an area. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't know, I think using letters here shouldn't be an issue. Because at that point, like I said, why wouldn't it then have been an issue doing... doing symbols as well? I think we're gonna do only consonants though. Because I don't want this to accidentally spell something bad. Okay, what consonants should we have though? That's the question. I think we're gonna do... because we can only pick 10. A, B, C... I don't know if I... feel like I might just pick a couple of random ones, rather than just do, you know, B, C, D, F, H. I mean, it's fine. I think so too. Letters are fine for the exact reason you said, because they are basically symbols, yeah. Only real arguments against it, devil's advocate, is that numbers are more universal. Probably, that is true. Like, almost everyone uses this number system somewhere. I know certain countries, like, you know, in China or Japan, they have their own number system as well. However, in certain contexts, they still use these numbers too. So they are definitely more universal. But I don't think it's to the point where someone wouldn't be able to solve this. Just in the end, it's never gonna be a word, right? Like, it shouldn't be that you're supposed to spell a word. And another, like, they have this in Resident Evil 2, right? Resident Evil 2 letter locks or something. Like, they have these in Resident Evil 2. And I very much doubt that they localize this if you switch the language. I would be fairly surprised if that's the case. Maybe they do. I could be wrong. Like, obviously I don't know this, but... Okay, I should pick letters that are fairly unique. Like, D and, like, O and stuff are semi-similar. We should try to have the ones that look the most unique. So that would be stuff like R. We have stuff like K. L. Z, that's a good one. Can I make a Z? Yeah, we can do this. Yeah, that's fine. Played a bunch of puzzles where I thought things were random symbols, but later found out that they are real. Some were Chinese characters, some zodiac signs, other letters like in Russian. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think it would be an issue. Okay, what other things do? N might be tricky. I don't know if I can make an N. So that would be like... I mean, that kinda works, to be honest. Maybe... I can't do V because I don't have a mid or pitch, so I could potentially do G. Can definitely have a G in here. Which means we're gonna skip C. To be fair, they are quite different. F. And then... letters are symbols, but this could be the only thing in the specific alphabet in the entire game. So it would feel a little out of order if you use Cyrillic or Chinese version. Yeah, no, that is a fair point. Couldn't care less as a player. It was only discussion purpose. No, I understand. I mean, it is a good point that it could feel like a slight inconsistency. No, it's never gonna be, actually. Because the TV is already inconsistent. Like, I already have, like, the branding on the TV and stuff. Don't use G. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I think I prefer G. Yeah, let's do that. Good shout. Yeah, chasing point that you're warning about my message. Yeah. No, that's a good shout. We need to make sure that this can't... because, you know, this is entirely random. So you never know... like, we don't want to have the possibility of this potentially spelling something bad. I don't love that P. Sorry guys, we do have some ads running at the moment. What else? Should I do a weird X here? I don't think it's gonna look good. That doesn't really read like an X, but we should do an H. Should do an H. And then one more. So we're gonna do... I can't do T because I don't have a middle pixel. I can't do Y. J, we should do a J. Don't underestimate languages like Slovenians. They have words like fuck, that's true. Consonant cluster languages, eh? Okay, let's do this, and then for safety, we're gonna ChatGPT this. In my game, I'm about to add a combination lock puzzle that requires you to enter the 3 correct letters. The options for each dial could be either B, F, G, H, R, K, L, P, J, and Z, or rather, or Z. Since this code is randomized, is there any possibility of spelling some type of bad word? That sounded very childish for some reason. I tried to not use vowels to minimize the risk of... Since this code is randomized, I removed vowels to minimize the risk of accidentally generating a bad word. Is there any possibility of these spelling some type of bad word? Offensive, yeah. Probably a better term here. So no English words can rely on, but to be thorough, let's check. Wait, should I show this? As should be over. Welcome back, guys. That is actually a word, means bumblebee. I guess that's a C, like a S sound rather than a... Or is it a ch, maybe? I have no idea how to say that. Holy shit. After checking the possible 3-letter combination, here's what stands out. No English profanities can form, because you need at least one vowel. No known abbreviations or acronyms among the letters are inherently offensive, like FML or WTF. I mean, WTF, I would be fine with those. Possible edge cases. FKR for fucker. I don't really care about that one. You could form the name of a French artist. I don't think that's an issue. You could spell JFK, which I guess doesn't really matter. So this would be fine in other languages too, question mark? If anything, fuck, it would just be funny. Yeah, I really don't mind, like, if you can spell FKR, as in, like, trying to read out fucker, I don't care about it. It's more so if this would be, like, a truly offensive word. KRK in Czech and Polish means neck. That's fine. PRL refers to the Polish People's Republic. That's fine. JFK is fine. Russian uses Cyrillic, so that shouldn't matter. Is assessing risk in languages at the moment. Please no, what the fuck, in my family-friendly horror game? Yeah, exactly. It's written... Okay, with the reverse circumflex on the C. So I guess it's similar to Trzmiel. As if it made any better. But I guess reading it like ch in English or ch in German. Okay. Chimbriel. Yeah. Tricky, man. Yeah, good shout. I don't think we should have K. I don't think we should have K. I don't think a triple K would be very good. I mean, I guess I could also put in a... I could also just make sure that it can't be the same value on every single one. Currently that's not the case. It could, it's completely random. So... No way, it's not. But it could probably still... Theoretically it could happen. Yeah, can you add an exclusion list? You certainly could. I don't think I do at the moment. I don't think there's... where do I generate this? I think I technically do this in the save system.
Hey, Chappie, focus.
I'm mad focused. How you doing, Vinny? Usage of symbols is getting more appealing every second passes. The only thing, I made sure that it can never be the first one, because the player should need to click on each one at least once. I guess small spoiler, but I mean small hint as to what the possible generation should be, but fuck it, there's still almost 1,000 combinations. Otherwise, I don't really check for anything. To be fair though, I got 3 different ones that... There were 3 edge cases that ChatGPT found. And they all involved the letter K. So I'm still kinda leaning a little bit towards maybe just not using K. But then what would we use instead? Did I do H? We did do H. G, F... I don't know if I want to do D. For some reason I'm feeling a bit iffy about D. We should probably do... No, I don't have enough space to do a Q, do I? I mean, that would be like... that, maybe? There's exactly 1,000 combinations? No, technically that is less. You are correct in that there are 1,000 combinations you could possibly enter. I'm talking about like if you would exclude the ones it cannot be. It should be what, like 900 or whatever. But there's only there's 1,000 combinations you could enter, but there should only be like 900 that could be the correct code, if that makes sense. About to see and continue working on level 2 of my game. Nice, man. Space. I don't know. We can't do N. I kinda don't wanna do K. I should do C. is one of the few we have left that I think I could do. Because I don't know if this looks weird. Does that read as a Q? No, I don't like it. It feels inconsistent. I think in that case, C might be the way to go. Okay. What if I change the K into a C? Any possible offensive or sensitive combinations that could be generated? Y is kinda out at 2, yeah, and I can't really do it because I don't have a mid or pitch cell, so it's really difficult making a Y that looks good. So 1 in 900 chance that I guess the code in my godlike speedrun, like the odds? Yep, pretty much. I don't know. It kinda works. But I don't love it. It ends up looking a lot less clean compared to the other ones. It's readable. Switching K to C gives a new set. Let's run the same sanity check. It's kind of funny seeing ChatGPT go, there's no cum or arse you can make here. Yeah, good to know, thank you. No words. Some vowelless words exist, Polish check, but harmless nouns, feather crack, no profanity, nothing in Russian. Some Indian political party. Okay. What if I made sure that it can never be the same one twice? With this, according to ChatGPT at least, there's only one that I am a little bit iffy about. There's only one combination I think I feel somewhat iffy about. But that one requires me to have at least one repeat letter. How about an underscore? I don't know, it's just the... I feel like I want them all to be letters, I think. I don't even know if I know what that is crit. Okay, wait, can I show this to you guys? I can if I zoom in. How do I want to do this? But the thing is that... I guess I could use recursion to loop until you find something that hasn't been picked yet. Unless it's a madly offensive word, does it matter that much? Probably not. Probably not. Welcome in, Toxic. Because I don't think the word isn't like madly offensive. It would be very political. That's really it. Like, it's quite political, but it wouldn't be like obscene or, I suppose, inherently offensive. But I wonder if it's still good potentially to have a check for repeated letters, because wouldn't it be weird if you find the code and you find out it's LLL? Like, I feel like that would feel a bit odd, so I kinda don't mind having a check for it. Mute class, welcome in, man. Is demo tomorrow? It is indeed. It's an abbreviation, so we would have to be hyper correct to block it. Yeah. That is fair. Still, with that being said, I think it would be good to make sure it's not repeats. I kinda wanna do it. I don't really know how to do it, but we can probably figure it out. Oh, look at that! Ladies and gentlemen, the Shroud of Gloom category just hit 4 followers on Twitch. Isn't that pretty cool? If you wanna see people stream the game, make sure to follow this one. I think, what day is it today? Wednesday? I actually think we're gonna have at least one content creator play the demo today, as far as I'm aware. Nope, 5. Just follow now. Cheers, guys. Appreciate it. Just a quick little marketing thing here. Why not? Let's be more personal. Until my... One day left until my demo release. My demo releases? Sure. Holy shit, I overuse this emoji so much on Blue Sky, it's actually kinda mad. I mean, this already says here, that's kinda redundant. Fuck it, I can't be bothered. Fanphobia, I think he's gonna play the demo today. In case you wanna show some support on Blue Sky. Would be nice to get this build up. Thing is, I'm gonna have to double check some of these localizations as well. Okay. This is the current thing I'm doing. So technically, I don't know why I put these random numbers. I mean, the highest number we can go to is 987. And technically the lowest number would be 123, right? Yeah. If we don't want repeat ones. So this is what I did to check if we ever find a 0. Basically, just use the modular thingy here. And then I just add a random value. But there's probably a better way of doing this. Should be able to do a simple recursion set. I kinda feel like this might be a place where recursion is worth it. Set variable 0, set variable 1, variable 2. Also then check redo it, yeah. Is 0 not one of the numbers? No. I don't want zeros. Because zeros end up feeling weird. Because that gives the potential solution where you don't need to touch the dial, which feels a bit odd. Have a good day, everyone. Again, genuinely excited for the demo tomorrow. Later, no worries, Boomtrout. Thank you very much for hanging out, and thank you for your excitement in the demo. Wait, that means my speedrun odds are even better? Yeah, this does minimize the amount of correct combinations. So, slight little brute force strategy here. Let's see, I can't show my saved data at the moment, because that has some spoilers. So let me do this. Yeah, I think we can generate 3 random numbers and then append them. Right? And then make sure... Oh, and then we can just check... Oh shit, wait, how do I do this? Recursion, this word scares me. I haven't used it a lot. I use it like one other place in the game, I think. Don't even remember where. Just checking the return to generate another letter, if it's matching multiple of the same. But where do I save the ones... I mean, if it can't be 0... Because I don't know, if I have a int and I keep appending to it... No, I pause in the ones I currently have. As parameters. Couldn't I do something like that? Like... private int... get new number... Yeah, save all letters as individual variables first and then match them. I is equal to I2. No, I think we can do something like that. It's mainly the thing that I don't know if I want to have like a... It feels unnecessary to have like a actual variable in the class for this. For some reason. So I'm thinking if I could just save it in the method and pass it in. If that makes sense. But is that... maybe that's weird. I might be doing this in a weird way. Because when you say that, do you mean as in like having... actually making a variable for like each number here? Is that what you mean? Can be inside a function. But wait, can I use recursion inside of the same... No, because the actual recursion... Because my thought first was to do something like this. like pass in a parameter for each one. Gamian, are you having a demo release party? I think the plan currently is to do a little stream tomorrow for the release as well. Then we'll see whether or not I'll do the normal stream on Friday, unsure, but depends on how much work I'll have to do and stuff, I suppose. What do you need recursion for picking 3 numbers? Yeah, basically because I'm thinking of making sure that we can't get repeat numbers. Because otherwise, there's always going to be the possibility of the code being like GGG. And that, it feels odd. It feels like it would be better if it has some more randomness to it. Like 2 repeats I could be kinda fine with, but 3 feels a bit much. But I don't know if this is the way to do it. Or if there's a better way. I mean, I could also do this. I could just have a private int last generated number. No, because I need to check both. Well, to be fair, this made sure it can't be the same one twice, which might be good enough, to be honest. Because I don't know how much I actually care about repeat numbers, as long as all 3 are not repeated. If that makes sense. Make a list of all possible numbers, since there's only a few of them. Pop items of a random index to it. Ah. That's actually a pretty good idea. Because then I don't even need to check for zeros. Because I just make the list not contain zeros. Like, if we make a list of integers called possible numbers, and then I can do something, right? Do I have to do equals new list? Or do I need to do this inside of the function? How the fuck does this work? Can I do this? And then just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that fine? Because that fixes... I wouldn't need to do these checks anymore either. I should be free to record or stream myself playing it. Those playbacks are great feedback. They really are. I've said it so many times to like my playtesters and stuff. Like, getting recordings of people playing your game is so incredibly valuable. Because you learn so much more from watching someone. Not that you don't learn important stuff from seeing someone play the game, but or from hearing what they think of the game. But seeing them play it gives so much more feedback, you know. Like small things that they might not think about, but that you noticed, you know what I mean? So yeah, I would very much appreciate it. In GM, I just make an array and delete entries as I pick from them. Not sure if you can do that in this. Yeah, I think we should be able to do something like that. I kinda like this idea, to be honest. Like, because then we can just do a for loop inside of here, where we do something like... We do a for loop, which is less than 3, because we need 3 numbers, right? And then we say... int random index is equal to a random range between 0 and possible numbers dot count. List int options. Oh yeah, there's no reason to actually save this. Like as a proper variable, that's kinda true. Just copy this one inside your method. I don't do copy paste. That's one of my like learning coding philosophies, which might be a bit weird sometimes, but I feel like it's something that has helped me out quite a lot. So I will very stubbornly not copy paste stuff. What do I want? Unity engine. Not random range between that one and that one. Wait. Int array outputs. New int 3. Then loop through a for loop less than 3. Random range. Outputs I equals options, new number index. Oh yeah, and then remove it. Return outputs. If you're punching them out, you just really need a repeat because you're guaranteed to never get the same number. Yeah. You can also make the variable local variable. It doesn't matter, I think. No, it doesn't truly, but it feels unnecessary if I'm never gonna reuse it again, if that makes sense. After a few calls, you will have 0 elements. Well, it should never reach 0, technically, because I only need 3. My version returns an array of 3 ints. You may want something different. Yeah, I feel like, because in the end this is a string. I think it almost has to be a string as far as I'm aware. Because the issue with an integer is that you can't start with 0. No, because even though we won't have zeros in there, you can still enter 0, 0, 0, but that technically cannot be an integer. Because that will default to just 0, right? And like 0, 10 as an integer is 10. So I use strings for all of this stuff to make sure to fix those edge cases. Random 1 equals 0, add int, add string, final return string. What? How does that work? Spectacular, get in his own check and redeem. Holy shit, look at this guy. How you doing, man? Okay, let me just try something and then we'll see. I'm thinking that we're gonna say we pick a random index, and then I want to say int. Do I even need? I technically don't need to save the random index, but oh well. Int generated number equals possible numbers at the random index. Possible numbers dot remove that random index. And then I want to say, I don't even need to do this whole thing, I can just say, in that case I need to create it first, right? So I'm gonna say string combination lock code is equal to an empty string. And then here we say combination lock code. I can't just do this, can I? How does this get casted into a string? Don't I need to do like 2 string or some shit here? And also this should be generated number. Because this is not gonna work, is it? What? Does this work? This feels wrong. This can't work, can it? I thought you want to have 3 separate but different digits. Yes, but this should do that since we remove it from the list, right? You should never be able to pick the same one again. That way it's 50-50 that there will be a number or letter. Oh, I don't want numbers at all. Like under the hood it will be numbers, but in... like what the player will see will always be a letter. Or plus, yeah, just I don't like the thing that confuses me here is that I don't understand why I'm not getting an error from this, because I know I should do something like this, right? And like cast this way, or we do the to string, and I'm just confused as to why it doesn't give me an error when I try to append a int to a string. That feels illegal in C#. Doing fine, Spec, nice to hear. Excited, how about you? Excited for the demo release? I am quite excited. Now, I had a big day yesterday, I don't know if you saw, but one of Portugal's like biggest content creators played my game, so that was pretty fucking cool. You have to believe, you have to fucking believe, yeah. If you add an int to a string, it automatically converts int to a string. Does it? That feels illegal. Oh yeah, you sent me a message on Instagram. True. Hey man, I'm too stressed for this shit, man. Cut me some slack. You wouldn't be able to assign it, but the plus equals will work. Oh, that is interesting. So this, yeah. That gives me an issue. But I can... Did I switch keyboard? What is happening here? No, I'm just being dumb. But I can append it. Interesting. Okay, let's do this, and then before returning it, I just want to say generated code plus combination lock code. I see you already have employees for your social medias. Yeah, I don't respond to any DMs. If you ever get a DM from me, it's one of my employees. You know, I got people for that kind of stuff. Is a strong typing thing? Okay, it's not entirely working. Generated 622. How the fuck did you generate 622? That should be impossible. Possible numbers, remove random index. Possible numbers dot count. Int generated number. We take the possible numbers with the random index. Then we remove the one at the random index. Combination.code plus equals generated number. And then we do this again. And now we should have less in count. Why? How did I get 622? Does that make sense? Otherwise it would throw an error, so why not just turn it into a string? I wish I had people for that. When people say, do you have anything to share? No, I've not updated my social in like 2 weeks. Yeah. 939. We gotta repeat again. Because the index is shifted. No. Why would it shift? Like, random index takes into account the possible numbers dot count, so we should never be able to pick a too high number. The generated number takes the possible number at the random index. So we set that one to that number, and then we remove that index. Why? I don't know how remove works. Maybe not me either. Oh, remove at? Ah. Okay, am I removing the value of random index? Whereas remove at is removing the index of the random index. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, you tried to remove the value. Okay, fair enough. Boom shakalaka. 369. Nice. I'm definitely going to leave 69 as a possibility. Wait, it's not gonna say 69 though, is it? 679. When a number is, for example, 1, you're removing 2 actually. Yeah, I think I removed the value of the index, right? 769. Holy shit, what is up with all of these 69s? Four, 5, 3. Okay, I think this is working. Three, 8, 1. It seems fine. 269s, what luck? Yeah, insane. 872. This seems fine. Okay. So, should I put these in alphabetical order though? Does that make more sense? Am I too much of a perfectionist? The answer is yes. E, F. Wait, what? No, I'm fine. I thought I lost a letter here. Does it matter? No. For the game, it doesn't. For the dev, it does, exactly. This is just my, like over-perfectionism. This doesn't matter whatsoever, but I just can't help it. It needs to be in the correct order, right? Like, what kind of barbarians are you guys? Would you put these numbers in a non-alphabetical order? That's mad. I would allow you to do it backwards in the same order, but in a non-alphabetical order, that must be illegal, right? Okay, so we're gonna save this. We're gonna go into the garage, and now you should say B. Nice. Do I care about sharing this? Nah. So I need this to be the same. And what did I do? I've already forgotten the numbers. Can we do this maybe? No, wait, that's not gonna help me. Oh wait, I have it here. BCFG. I tried to mostly not touch the edges, but wait, that shouldn't actually matter. Ah, shit, that kinda looks like an 8. Do I have to do this? I really didn't want it to be straight, but... BCF. Hmm. L. Hmm. Maybe? Any of these that you guys think are too difficult to see? Obviously it gets a bit harder now when they are like mashed together here, but... Are they readable enough? Anyone you would say would be too tricky to read? I feel like they should be fine. Sometimes when I'm working, I'm like, I don't even care about the play anymore. I need to do this to be in order. Exactly. Scramble them every 3 seconds or so. So that the player always clicks an unintended letter. And put the numbers in alphabetical order. Oh shit. Beautiful handwriting. Thank you, Cheetah. Looks good to me. Okay. Do you have something you still have to do before release? Most of the stuff is actually in terms of like marketing and like, you know, stuff around the game, I would say. Like it's stuff like this. Social media announcement, you know, obviously doing the final update. Like actually releasing the demo, double checking the demo button on Steam. Switching out the trailers on Steam, so the call to action is to play the demo instead of the wishlist. Change the YouTube title, social media announcement, switch trailer in OBS. I mean, this is definitely not a priority, but it's mainly stuff like this. In game, we are basically looking at the final thing I feel like would be quite good to do. This is stuff that would be nice too, but I can't be bothered, I think. I don't think we have time for it, basically. So overall, we are doing pretty good. B, C, F, G, H, J, L, P, R, C. Yeah. My dyslexia is going crazy. Is there anyone that you think is too difficult to read, Rematch? Because that is something to take into account, like unironically. The B looks like an 8. That one is kind of fine, since as soon as you see the other ones, you should be able to preferably understand that they are all letters. If anyone got HJC, they would be like one step ladder, fish hook, worm. Maybe. P. What's the... isn't there a shortcut for this? Show grid, plus and thingy. Just got green light and my tower game is live on Steam. Oh, is it? Wait, is the Steam page up?
Vinny R is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Speaking of being up, let's stand up. It's not released yet, but the Steam page is live. Nice, link it, man. Link it in the chat. Looking at the letters through something blurry and I can still make them out, they should be fine. Yeah, it's the worst. I had to cheat and look at Frostro Studios' message. To cheat? I mean, the other thing we could do is to make this straight. That probably makes it read a lot better. I do like them looking more random or whatever. But I still, with that being said, I think this is actually something good to take into account. Does this still fit? It should, right? Because now the only thing here is that this one doesn't fit with the others. Like the style becomes a bit too clean. Fuck it. Sorcery Story with the raid. Welcome in, bem-vindo. How are you doing and how was your stream? Anything you wanna share, anything you wanna show, let me know. Big shout out to Sorcery Story, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check her out if you haven't. Working on some really cool stuff. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Madchirpy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, and we're releasing the demo tomorrow, which feels fucking insane. Welcome in, Sorcerer, good to see ya. Tors, welcome in, nice to have ya. If you guys want to have a better idea of what my game is like, here's a little teaser for ya. There we have it. The game is available on Steam for wishlists if you want to be notified about that demo coming out tomorrow. I do appreciate those very much. That trailer is so good. Thank you very much, Toxic. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. Couldn't skip this one. Sorcerer Story, I am doing great. I don't know if you heard. Did you hear what happened the other day? I don't know, let me know, maybe you're hitting ads. I don't know. But yeah, I do have some pretty pog news, as one might say. So cool, man, it feels like the classic defense games. Oh yeah, did you post the link? Nice, nice. Wishlist now. Y'all, not now, that means no in Portuguese. Wishlist now. I'm messing. Thank you very much, Sorcerer Story. What have you been working on today? I don't know, like I said, I don't know if you're in ads, sorry if that's the case. That flight clap, yeah, I thought it could be nice to end it with a little bit of a, you know, comical note or whatever. Roguelite where you face 5 enemy waves per day. Upgrade between battles, struggle to survive. Interact choices, some days bring something else. Bum bum bum. Good shit, man. Let me make sure to wishlist this on my actual accounts. Oh yeah, no, I did tell you, right. I have way too much going on in my head at the moment. This is not the first time I I have forgotten that I've spoken to someone about something. This is definitely not the first time. Yeah, one played it. That is indeed it. I don't know, I'm still like on a high from it, so yeah. Oh shit, is this gonna be free? Let me wishlist it. Thanks for sharing, man. Looking good. Do you have anything you wanna share, Sorcery Story? Any links or anything? Totally okay, it's very good news. Congratulations again, thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know, I was quite hyped. Okay, let's see if we can sort this out. Okay, we have some new people in here now, so let's double check this again. Is there anyone that finds this too difficult to read? Is this readable enough for you guys? Outro Tuga? Tá certo. Joana de Portugal também. I think the B looks way too clean compared to the rest, but it looks nice. Yeah, the B was kind of the P as well. I don't love this straight line. The issue is that the B ended up being much harder to read. I felt like it is difficult to get like the proper B shape. It kind of ends up being like an 8 or something. Do you know what I mean? Not yet, I broke the game again to add a new feature and I'm very happy with where it's going. Just need a few more days so I can get it all fixed and proper. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Best of luck. Wait, are we not enough for you? No, that's not what I'm saying, Vinny. Seems readable enough to me. Okay, nice. Are you making your own font? I love doing that. I'm I mean, depends on how you define making your own font. I'm not making an actual like font file, to be clear. But there are a few places where I have in-game text that I want to be pixelated, and at those moments I do try to make it like this. But most of my actual text in the game is a Google font. I don't even use pixel art, to be honest. I don't know, I think pixel art fonts should have looked good, but it gets really tricky since it's just a big question of readability, and especially when you take into account languages such as Chinese, where it's very difficult to find the pixel art Chinese fonts. And then if I can't support pixel art fonts in all languages, I don't know. I like consistency, do you know what I mean? Just making the font lives here. I've done that a lot, but never produced a font file proper. Yeah, same here. I wouldn't mind trying it at some point. Did you know, in my first game, the first game I finished, the Pastel de Nata game, in that one, I handmade all of the text in the entire game. I don't know why it never clocked to me to, like, just get a pixel art font. But like every single piece of text you see in that game, obviously not localized, want to be very clear, I definitely did not localize that, because that would have been a nightmare. But like every button, every UI element is actually like hand pixelated letters and stuff. Which I don't know why I put myself through that. To be fair, it doesn't have that much text, but still, it's kind of funny looking back on. Because I definitely could have gone for a font that worked with the pixel art size and everything. I could go for Pastel de Nata right now, I could as well. I could probably go for Pastel de Nata every single day. I mean, I do every time I'm in Portugal. I basically eat at least one Pastel de Nata every day. Last time, what is that, like a few months ago or whatever, when we went to Portugal, me and my partner, I ate 3 francesinhas in 3 days. I almost felt a little bit like, is this too much? Is this too much? And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, it's not. If I wanna eat another francesinha, I'm gonna eat another francesinha. You can't fucking stop me. Do you know what I mean? I'm on holiday. I'm allowed to eat too much francesinha. I ate 1 and I can't eat for days. The thing is that I'm the type of person that I don't eat very often. I like eating... I enjoy eating very big meals far in between. Do you know what I mean? So francesinha is like the perfect meal for me. Like a shit ton of calories that you can just get down in one sitting. Wait, your first game is called Pastelnata. It's not called Pastelnata, but it is technically about Pastelnata. So the first game I ever finished is Pastry Pops, where you play as an old Portuguese man catching pastelnatas falling from the sky. This was the first game I ever finished. Not too shabby, not too shabby. I also made a devlog showing how I made the entire game, in case anyone is curious. True classic, cheers. Saw that one on the YouTube video? Yeah. Francesinhas, I could survive without them. Pastelnata on the other hand. Yeah, Pastelnata is fucking amazing, man. We'll try it? Yeah, do it. YouTube video is hella funny too. Thank you very much, Joanna. I appreciate your support. I know you shared my last YouTube video as well, and it was very kind of you. Okay, is this functional? I think this should be functional. Let me cheat quickly. Do we still generate the code? We do. Wait, I don't know if I want to unlock the thingy though. I am going to teleport, and then I'm gonna do this, this. Yeah. I think this is gonna be way better. I think I prefer this. Louder, sorry, wait, am I loud? Was the music loud? As pixeling buttons themselves goes, it is okay to do, it's just a nightmare to localize, yeah. That's the thing, like, for that game, especially since it's a kind of arcaded game, it actually, like, I made it sound like it was this huge thing. Like, to be fair, you get very quick at it. Like, basically the pixelated font I'm the best at doing is the 5x3 for most, so that is, like, this is how I made basically all of the text in that game. And you know, once you've done it for long enough, like, it's not like I really have to consider very much, like, where to put the pixels. Because I know for each letter exactly where I want the pixels to be. Do you know what I mean? It says and then fucks up immediately. Very awkward. E, F, G, H... I know the alphabet. You know. Like, this font is what I used in the entire game. There only are a few letters that get a bit iffy. Like the N you need to make 1 pixel wider. And like M and W you kinda need to make wider as well. Otherwise, with 3x5, which is a very small font, but you can pretty much make any letter. At least capital. Yeah, I do think that lowercase would be trickier. Yeah, at least it would get harder to read. But yeah, that's the font, the handmade font I used in that entire game. Okay, let me see if I can unlock this one. Let's see, B is 0. So if I put all of you at B, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it seems like we can also open it. I'm gonna just double check the solution as well. Make sure. What was the code? Shit. I don't know if I wanna show this on stream yet, in case anyone wants to play the game without any spoilers, so... Nine... 3... 0, 1, 2, 3, that's correct. The last one was 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. That is fine, that seems functional. And we are back. MC Neliad, thank you very much for the follow. Makes total sense. The spacing of the letters you get when you get clips that small is kind of uneven, but you're kind of forced to do it for it to be readable. Yeah, just otherwise like if you're working in a strictly 3x5, like N would kind of look like this. Oh wait, no, that would be H. This would be N, and that would also be M, since you can't push it further away, or maybe you did that. But like, you know, that's basically unreadable, so you are kind of forced to do it. Oh my god, spoilers. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be honest here. This is on a serious note, jokes aside. I am almost ashamed of myself. I am such a fucking anti-spoiler man that I even find myself silly. I try so hard to not spoil stuff for my game, because just me as a person, I actually care quite a lot about spoilers. I know that like probably a vast amount of you guys wouldn't give a shit about like, oh, this small thing was spoiled to me or whatever. Like, you're watching the development. Of course some things are gonna be spoiled, right? And it is, like, obviously I can't hide everything, just then I couldn't work on the game. But I try to keep as much spoilers away as possible, because, like I said, I just go a bit too far. Like, I have gotten to the point where I can't even watch a trailer for a movie. Like, I can't do, like, I will not allow myself to see the trailer for a movie if I want to actually see it. Because I get so pissy about the fact that, what do? They always show the best parts. And now what the fuck, what is the point of me watching the movie? I already know the best scenes. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I am getting way too, like, excited over this, but I don't know. The more time has gone past, I've grown to actually really dislike getting stuff spoiled. And it's the same thing with, like when people want to share stuff, I find it so difficult, because a lot of the time they will like accidentally spoil stuff, and I'm like, ah, shit, I didn't really want to know that. It's like the typical thing when someone tells you to watch a movie and they go, yeah, you should watch this movie, there's such a good plot twist in it. And I'm like, that's enough to ruin it for me. Like, obviously I don't know what the plot twist is, but now I'm gonna watch the movie expecting a plot twist, and it's going to affect my experience watching the movie. I don't know. I know I'm silly, and I know I care too much about this, but I'm just being honest. That's the stubborn old man I have grown into. Okay, I think this system is basically donezo. Let's see, I removed the debug log as well. I think we should do a little push here. So let me maybe clean this up first. Boom, let's save that. It makes total sense, and I'm glad you're going through that effort. Players from chat will appreciate it, I'm sure. Yeah, just it is that as well. I just think that, you know, obviously even if you're here watching the development of the game, I still want you to have a good experience playing my game. And since this is like a fairly linear, like story/puzzle game, you know, if you see everything in the game, it's going to quite drastically affect the experience, I think at least. But I didn't make it semi like convenient for me, so I basically just made my own script that ends up like disabling any objects I don't want to show during stream. So, you know, I check one box as soon as I start streaming, and it will automatically hide like anything I don't want to show. It's quite convenient. Yeah, I don't watch trailers either. Yeah, I've completely stopped it. Like, the most I will do is maybe read like the synopsis, and if I decided that it seems interesting, I will just like gamble and watch it. I can't remember the last time I watched a trailer. I prefer to see the movie play the game as is without knowing too much. Yeah, you aren't conditioned that way. It's a way better experience for me at least. I agree. I think so. Someone spoiled the ender of Lord of the Rings for me. I waited 4 years to watch the last movie. Damn. Sadly, I didn't forget. Yeah, just that's the thing. I at least find that I quite rarely do forget that kind of stuff, right? Because it's the whole thing when you start thinking like, okay, I should try and forget this so that I can enjoy it. But as soon as you do that, you put like more meaning to the thing, and now it's like, it becomes like a, what you call it, like, it becomes like a catch-22, I think, is the English expression, right? Yeah, catch-22, I think. It becomes one of those things where now, because you've like put extra meaning into it, it's impossible to forget it. I hate when people say they don't mind hearing spoilers. Either they lie or are incapable of actually experiencing art, not sure what's worse. You know what, I try not get it. Yeah, I don't know, I find it... I don't know, I just find that personally, at least for me, it tends to kind of ruin the experience quite a lot. Did I do the commit? No. So... combination lock letters. That I think is gonna be a really good change. Okay, I don't know if I should try and get this build up. Holy shit, look at that! Look at that shit. Shroud of Gloom on Twitch has 8 followers. That is like 4 more than it had last time I checked. Isn't that pretty cool? Go and follow that link if you want to be spoiled in the game. very bad timing to shout out the category for the game. Talking about spoilers, like obviously you could also argue that watching someone play the game might be considered spoilers. Oh well, oh well. Okay, how am I doing? Number lock is now a letter lock, fixed. That were like the main things. I think there's definitely more improvements I could do. Specifically in the outside area. Like watching Want play yesterday, I realized that I kind of feel like it takes a little bit too long to get into the manor, and there's not really enough interesting stuff going on outside. I definitely think we're gonna have to make some improvements there, but it's not something I feel like we necessarily have to do for the demo release. Thank you so much for the chat, everyone. Sadly, I need to go and get dinner already. I'll leave a like though. I hope you have a great rest of stream. Thank you so much, Joanna, and thank you very much for the raid as well. Significa muito. appreciate ya. Go and get yourself some nice francesinha dinner, and I'll catch you next time. 2 digits now? Is it actually? Hey, look at that. Look at that. 10 followers. Thank you, guys. Do we have any clips yet? We should get some clips here from when once played. They were... there's some fucking good clips from that. Holy shit. The... Oh yeah, we do have a video though. Yeah. I don't know if I want to share them yet. Once again, because I'm a fucking spoiler freak and I don't want to ruin the experience for anyone. But definitely gonna share them after the demo has been live for a bit. Always a pleasure, cheers. Let me catch up, I think I missed some stuff here. Hate any imprints on experience, so I don't even read reviews, watch trailers, etc. Yeah, I'm very similar. Like, if I truly want to experience something, I try very hard to not, like, consume anything. Which is annoying, because sometimes, like, my favorite streamers will be playing a game I'm really interested in. But if I have any inkling of a, like, feeling that I one day want to play that game, I just can't bring myself to watch it. Is updated on SteamDB with stream stats as well? Wait, what do you mean? Stream stats? Gaining a bit of followers as well. Oh yeah, look at that! Twitch stats. 24-hour peak. 1,544 viewers. Holy shit, not too shabby. It was technically more, because I do still have the print screen, which I am going to take with me to the grave. Look at that. What a fucking achievement. I mean, completely carried by want, to be very clear. But you know what? I'll take it any day, any fucking day, man. Figured it out, apparently Discord changed the sound you get when someone is calling you, so I did not recognize the sound. I thought it was your stream. Oh, interesting. Halloween stuff. Dang, what a page. Yeah, not too shabby, eh? Not too shabby at all. Okay. What else do I need to do? I'm gonna skip this because I don't feel like we have time overall, especially with these recent changes. I'm quite happy with that. We are basically done. Oh, there is one thing though. Check potential issues with that one localization string. I need to do that. I need to at least personally playtest the new version, make sure there's no issues. We'll see if I have time to get it up on the playtest as well. Probably. I'll try to do it. Then we are going to do the new update, prepare social media announcements, and then tomorrow we are going to release the demo, double check this, switch out the trailers. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this build if we can get it up. Then tomorrow I shouldn't actually have to do too much crazy stuff in the game. Can mainly focus on getting the word out. Localization can be such a budget, yeah. It's annoying when you want to do slight tweaks, but it's now it's like, oh, I changed one thing in the game, and now I might have to change translations for like 7 different languages, because they don't like fit perfectly anymore. Like that kind of stuff is a little bit, especially for me, since I'm relying a lot on like voluntary translations or translators. So, you know, like I think especially as a Swede as well, it just hurts me to have to like constantly go and be like, hey, can you please just do this one more time? I did change this one thing. Can you, like, it hurts me that I have to keep doing that. But yeah, I mean, what can you do? Yeah, Vinny, one of the localizers. Now I must go update 30 translation keys, exactly. Yeah, it's not an easy on-off switch when you're prototyping if you want to deploy that, yeah. But I'm feeling quite good about the fact that like we're gonna end up having a lot of localization in the for the demo. I mean, we're currently supporting what, like 12 languages or something? English, Brazilian Portuguese, European Portuguese, Swedish, French, Polish, German, Russian, Chinese, Czech, Spanish, and Italian. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. I made a choose your own adventure game last year that made me go insane with that. Oh yeah, I can imagine, especially if you have those like multiple outcomes. Probably ends up like more than duplicating the amount of strings you need. Yeah, stop bothering us, Chappy. Well, man, it's part of the development. I think we all understand that you have to make changes all the time. Yeah. Amazing, we see so much more traffic from localizing. It's just part of every project now to do it. A few at least. Yeah, I think there's... Especially if you're trying to make like a proper commercial game or something, I think there's very few excuses for not doing localization. Like what I'm trying to say is that I think it's a very good investment to do. Like whether that investment is time or money or effort, whatever it is, I think most of the time it's gonna be worth it. Because it's a very easy way of bringing your game, like letting more people experience your game. Well, according to the Steam data, I think like 30% use English. So, you know, that's 70% of the market that might not play your game because you don't have support for their potential language. When you feature a non-English store, there is less competition for your invisibility, yeah. Yeah, just I think it's also one of those things where couldn't you can sort for this as well, can't you? Like if I go to browse like new releases, say I'm looking for a new game to play. Can I not? I should be able to filter this, yeah, narrow by language. So it's very possible that someone is like, okay, I want to play a game in German. Which means that if you don't have German support, you're not even gonna be on this list. Right? So it is like objectively more visibility. I'm not putting it in, I wouldn't even know how unless I did it with subtitles. Wait, what do you mean, Frostro? Oh, do you mean do you have spoken? Oh, handwritten notes and stuff? Which are not using... Like, you mean as in like not having fonts? Like they are handwritten? Yeah, that one is trickier. I mean, at least in Unity, you know, you can localize objects and game objects and stuff as well. But that does mean that you would manually have to write each one in different languages, and that is a little bit tricky. I actually did one thing that I'm kinda proud of. I don't know why I'm proud of it, but, you know, I decided to not only localize my game into simplified Chinese, But I even went as far as to localize the entire Steam page, as in title and everything. So my game actually has a simplified Chinese title too, which means that all of like the capsule art and stuff switches out. And on release, when I publish the launch trailers, we're even gonna have the like Chinese template as well as the Chinese text in the trailer too, which I think is pretty cool. And not only that, but if you go into the main menu and you decide to switch language into simplified Chinese, even the pixelated logo in-game switches to the Chinese one, which I think is pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. We had to do different pictures of the notes and then add a local key to the name. Painful, I can imagine. Yeah, spoken, because you can just not support voice. Like on Steam, there's actual check boxes for it, right? So my game doesn't have audio, so like full audio is not checked anywhere. So all you need to do is say that you have English, you would only have this one checked, and then you check the subtitles for the other ones. Because like localizing the voices is definitely gonna be a bit more work, right? How large is the demo expected to be? I think currently it's about 30 minutes. It ended up being longer than I initially planned for. I wanted to make like a 15-minute demo, but yeah, it did end up being a little bit longer than that. But I don't have too much time to iterate on the content for the demo, and I think it's pretty good. I feel good about like the general flow through the demo, and like I'm quite happy with how the ending turned out. Overall, I'm feeling quite good about it. And if anything, you know, according to stats, a 30-minute demo should be better than a 15-minute one, so I'll take it. That's amazing, great attention to detail. Yeah, I don't know, like we've spoken about earlier, I am a little bit of a detail-oriented person, so I try to... I mean, it's like I said before, I can't help it, right? Also just cool being able to see my game in Chinese. Awesome, cheers. Now that big bang for your buck to do the menu loaded types and key art? I think so too. I definitely don't... I'm not gonna do it for most languages. If I end up getting localization for like Japanese, that might potentially be another language where I would, at the very least, I would consider localizing the title. But yeah, most, like all of the Romance languages and like Germanic languages, I just keep the same one. Because I think it's also a lot about player expectations, right? Like, I think Chinese players more so appreciate a localized title than what like I as a Swedish person would. Like if anything, I'd almost feel odd seeing a Swedish localized title. And I think that is probably the case in a lot of places in Europe, I imagine. I don't know about Russia. I think it's not super common. I think it's fairly common to not have localized titles in Russia as well. It's a great demo in my opinion, thank you Vinny. Yeah, I'm feeling quite good about it. And overall I feel like we are kind of on time as well. You see like this here? This is a puzzle piece in my game. I don't know how I would do that. Oh yeah, it's like it's on like the actual object or whatever. Yeah, that is definitely trickier. Yeah, I guess yeah you could do subtitles like the player character actually like reading this out or whatever. Oh, yeah, look, like the lighting and stuff looks really nice, man. What is it, 17? Thank you guys so much for the support. Damn, 5 retweets? I mean reposts. In case you want to check it out. 1 day left. Actually insane. Actually a bit insane. Okay, I'm wondering if I should try and get this new demo up. I don't really know what else to do. I do need to sort this out. Like, the sooner I can get this demo version up, the better, because it's likely that we might have some people playtest, or some people actually make content about the game fairly soon. Because I did reach out to some content creators yesterday, a few which I know are going to play it. Obviously most haven't responded, but a few have. And now we're gonna have a couple of YouTube videos coming out fairly soon. Don't think anything is out yet, but I think there are a few on the way.
I'm working on it.
Getting some more comments here as well, look at that. Praise the full flush. Shad, thank you very much, Froststraw. You drop it midnight? No. I currently, the plan, like the actual time that's set is 6 PM tomorrow, my time. So why is that? Like, is it, what fucking time are we on now? Is that like UTC +1 or something? Swedish time, yes. 6 PM in Swedish time is when we will release the demo. However, that is when the actual announcements will go out and stuff. It's very possible that I might try and push, like actually publish the demo a little bit before that. Because obviously what I've done is that I have like scheduled this kind of stuff, right? Like the demo launches when this video goes live. And it would be awkward to try and publish the demo this exact minute and then something doesn't work or whatever. So I'm probably gonna try to sneakily have the demo up a little bit earlier. That's kind of the plan, I think. I feel like that's just the safest route to go. But then the actual like announcement push and stuff will happen here. Gotta go for a bit, I know you're hopping off soon, so have a good one and good luck with the demo. Thank you so much, Frostcore. I do appreciate it. How is this one doing? Out of curiosity. 1.2k? That is not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Performing slightly worse on TikTok? That's okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, I think we should, I think I should try and get out of here so I can finalize this demo and get the build up. In case we have someone play the game today. Obviously, it would be nice if they play the newest version, but I'll take it no matter what. But please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Let's head on over to... Who should we go to today? We do have Hilford on. I usually stream a bit later than Hilford's, so it's fairly rare that I do get to raid him, so maybe that's what we should do today. Maybe first we should check if anyone is playing Shroud of Gloom yet. Doesn't seem like it. But I am almost certain we will have some, at least one streamer play the game later. So, you know, if you want to catch it, make sure to follow the category. I'll probably do a little announcement on Discord as well if anyone wants to check it out. Of course with the disclaimer that, you know, you're gonna spoil the demo a bit. But in case you want to see it or if you've already played the demo, make sure to join the Discord as well. Yeah, let's do it. Let's head over to Hilford Games. Working on a really cool game, absolutely beautiful, called Long Gone. I bet most of you are already familiar. That will be it for me today. As always, thank you all so much for hanging out. I truly do appreciate it. We had Dreamer with the 60 bits, which I realize now that I completely missed. Sorry, man. Foolbox, Kane, as well as Sorcery Story with the raids. Very much appreciated. Thank you to all the new followers as well. Dragon Spirit with the raid as well. If anyone hasn't, if you've been enjoying the stream, make sure to hit that little follow button down here somewhere. We'd very much appreciate it. And of course, most importantly, if you haven't, make sure to go and wishlist my game on Steam. Because yeah, like we said, demo is coming out tomorrow. Sorry this ended up being a little bit of a shorter stream than usual, but I think you guys understand I do need to try and get a bit more work done here for the demo release. As I said though, I think the current plan is that I will do a little, you know, release party stream or whatever tomorrow. So be there or be square. And then we'll see about the stream on Friday. I'm gonna leave that unsaid for now, but at the very least I think we're gonna try to do a little stream tomorrow for the release. So yeah, until then, have a great one. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. Let's head on over to none other than Hilford Games. Cheers.